Yo, what's up everyone? It's Fiction Blue, and today we're checking out Harry found a hidden time turner at age 7 and went back to stop Dumbledore from ever placing him with the Dursleys. Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, the floorboard. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, was exactly 31 inches wide. Harry knew this because he had measured it twice using his own arm, which was, according to the measuring tape Aunt Petunia used for her sewing, 22 inches from elbow to fingertip. He had done the math on the back of a cereal box Dudley had thrown at him and confirmed it: 31 inches of width, 53 inches of length, and a ceiling that sloped down so sharply at the far end that he had to sleep with his knees bent. He had lived in it for as long as he could remember. The cupboard smelled like dust and old wood and something faintly chemical that Harry had eventually traced to a bottle of wood polish wedged behind the water pipe. There were 3 wire shelves on the left wall, which had belonged to the cupboard's previous life as a storage space, and Harry used them now for the things that were technically his: 1 school jumper, 2 pairs of trousers that had been Dudley's and had been taken in badly at the waist, a broken toy soldier Dudley had discarded and Harry had quietly rescued, and 3 books from the school library that he was not supposed to have taken home but had anyway, because the school library was warm. And the books were good and no one had come looking for them yet. There was a small gap at the bottom of the door where the light from the hallway crept in at night. Harry had learned to read by that light when everyone else was asleep. It was one of the few things in his life that felt like it was entirely his own. Those hours between midnight and 4 when the house was quiet and the strip of light was steady and the words on the page were just words, not anyone's property, not anyone's problem. He was 7 years old and small for it, with knobbly knees and hair that would not lie flat no matter how many times Aunt Petunia attacked it with a wet comb. He wore glasses that were held together at the bridge with a piece of sticking plaster because Dudley had sat on them in March and no one had bothered to replace them. He was quiet in the way that children become quiet when they learn early that noise attracts attention, and attention is rarely good. The morning it happened was a Tuesday in late September, damp and gray, with rain tapping at the small vent near the top of the cupboard door. Vernon had left for work. Petunia had taken Dudley to some activity or another. Harry had not been listening, and he had been left alone with a list of chores and the implicit understanding that everything on it had better be done before they returned. The list said: hoover the sitting room, scrub the downstairs toilet, take out the bins, and sweep the kitchen floor. Harry had done all of these efficiently and without complaint before 10 in the morning, because he was methodical about chores in the way he was methodical about most things: get them done well, get them done invisibly, and then have the rest of the time for himself. He was lying on his cot reading when his elbow slipped off the edge and came down hard on the floor. He said something under his breath that he had heard Vernon say once when he'd hit his thumb with a hammer, and then he sat up and rubbed his elbow and looked at the floor because something had felt wrong about the sound it made. Not the dull, solid thud of a floorboard hit in the middle. Something hollower than that. Something with a little give. Harry pressed his palm flat against the board. Pressed again. There was definitely movement there, barely perceptible, a flex that shouldn't exist in a solid floor. He ran his fingers along the edge of the board and felt the gap. Not a big one. Maybe 2 millimeters. But it was there, and it was on 3 sides, which meant the 4th side was a hinge point. He found the edge that lifted. Underneath was a space about the size of a shoebox, dug into the subfloor between the joists. It was dark and it smelled stale, like something that had not been opened in a long time. Harry reached his hand in without thinking about spiders, because he generally did not think about spiders until after the fact, and his fingers closed around something cold and small and on a chain. He pulled it out. It was a small hourglass, or something that looked like one, mounted in a ring of gold and hung on a delicate chain. The hourglass itself was no bigger than a large marble, the glass a warm amber color, and inside it was sand that caught what little light there was in the cupboard and threw it back in a way that ordinary sand did not. The frame was engraved with symbols Harry didn't recognize, intricate and very fine, the kind of detail that suggested someone had cared enormously about making this. Around the outer ring, barely legible, were 3 words: Ora retro volvit. He turned it over in his hands. It was solid, and warm now from his grip, and nothing about it seemed dangerous. Dangerous things usually gave some warning. Dudley's hamster had bitten Harry twice before it drew blood, and the rose bush in the front garden had thorns you could see. This was just a pretty object on a chain, lying in a hole under a floorboard in a cupboard under some stairs. Harry put it around his neck because there was nowhere else to put it and he didn't want to leave it on the floor. There was also, in the hole, a small leather notebook. The cover had gone soft and creased with age, and when Harry opened it the pages were thin and slightly yellowed at the edges, covered in handwriting that was cramped and hasty in some places and very careful in others, as though the writer had sometimes been calm and sometimes not. The ink had faded to a pale brown. Harry tilted the notebook toward the crack of light and read. The notebook belonged to someone named Ilara Voss. It was dated 1972. The entries were fragments, some only a few lines, some filling a full page, and they described, in a matter-of-fact tone that Harry found immediately trustworthy, what the hourglass around his neck actually was. A time-turner, she had written, with the same energy someone might use to write a particularly good sandwich. Fifth iteration, Ministry registered, on loan from the Department of Mysteries for 7th-year thesis research. This one runs different to the standard issue. The ministries are capped at 5 hours per turn, 6 maximum. This one has no cap that I've found. It goes further. As many turns as you give it. I've tested it to 47 hours. I think it could go years. The next entry, I've decided not to tell anyone about this. Dumbledore would confiscate it. I'm keeping it here for now. The loose board in the cupboard under the stairs at the Muggle house where I stayed last summer, the family didn't know what they'd bought at the estate sale, they never do. Safe enough. And then, several pages later, in a different pen and a slightly different hand, like she had come back to the notebook after a long gap, if anyone finds this, and I can't think who would, but I've been wrong before, the mechanism is simple. You turn the hourglass inside the ring. One full rotation is one turn of time backward. Hold the device still and think of nothing except where you want to land, and it will find the nearest possible moment to your intention. I know that sounds like nothing but it's true. I've tried it 17 times. Harry read that page 3 times. He sat very still in his cupboard with the notebook in his lap and the time-turner warm against his chest and the rain going steadily outside, and he thought about what he knew of his own life, which was not much but was more than people assumed. He knew his parents had died when he was 1. He knew Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon resented him in a way that felt structural, like it was built into the arrangement of him being here at all, like they had not chosen to take him but had been made to and had never forgiven whoever did the making. He knew Dudley had more toys than would fit in his bedroom and Harry had a broken soldier and some library books. He knew that once, when he had asked Petunia whether his parents had wanted him, she had gone very still and then said, "That's enough of that," which was not an answer but was, in its own way, extremely informative. He had wondered, occasionally, who had made the decision to put him here. He turned the time-turner over in his hand. The sand shifted and caught the light. One full rotation is one turn backward. Harry was 7. He did not know the words temporal mechanics or causality loop or paradox. He did not know about the Ministry of Magic's regulations on time travel or the International Statute of Secrecy or the 17 documented cases of time-turner misuse in the 20th century. He knew that there was a device around his neck that could go backward in time, that a long-dead girl had tested it and written down how it worked, and that somewhere in the past was the moment when someone had decided to put him in this cupboard, and that that person was not a Dursley. He thought the Dursleys were not the beginning of the problem. He thought the Dursleys were a symptom. He did not think this in those words. He thought it as a feeling, clear and specific, the same feeling he got when he had finished all his chores and done them well and Petunia still found something to criticize, that there was no version of himself that would ever be enough for these people, because the problem was not anything he did or didn't do. The problem was that he was here at all. So he turned the hourglass. He thought about what the notebook said, think of nothing except where you want to land. He thought about the night he arrived at number 4, Privet Drive. He did not know the exact date, but he knew it was after his parents died, and he knew he had been 1 year old, and he knew his birthday was the 31st of July 1980, which meant his parents had died in. He paused. He climbed carefully out of the cupboard, crossed to the sitting room, pulled the encyclopedia off the bottom shelf of the bookcase where no one ever looked because Dudley didn't read and Vernon preferred the television, and found the entry for Samhain in the H section, because he had once heard his teacher mention it in connection with Halloween. He flipped forward to November. He didn't find what he was looking for there, but he found it in a different book, a thin one about British history that had been a freebie with a magazine, in a footnote about folklore, the tradition of the 1st of November as a liminal date, a threshold. Halloween was the 31st of October. His parents had died on Halloween. He was almost certain of it, the way he was certain of things he had worked out rather than been told, with a kind of internal click, a puzzle piece landing flush with the others. Which meant he had been left on the doorstep sometime in the early hours of the 1st of November, 1981. He counted backward from September 1988. 7 years and 1 month, roughly. Approximately 2,560 days. If one turn was 1 hour and the device went further than standard issue, he needed to think about this differently. The notebook said, think of nothing except where you want to land, and it will find the nearest possible moment to your intention. He went back to the cupboard, lay down on the cot, put both hands around the hourglass, and thought very clearly and very specifically, the night someone left me on the Desleys' doorstep. The 1st of November, 1981. Just before they left me there. Then he turned the hourglass. He turned it once and the cupboard blurred. He turned it twice and the sound of the rain went away. He kept turning, and the world collapsed to a single spinning point, and Harry Potter fell backwards through 7 years of his own life like a stone dropped into very deep water, watching the darkness swallow everything, feeling the chain around his neck go hot and then cold and then something else entirely that was neither, feeling time move around him the way wind moves, directional and real and immense, and then the spinning stopped. He hit something solid. He was lying on grass. Cold, damp November grass, the smell of it sharp and real against his face. He sat up fast, grabbed his glasses before they could fall, and looked around. He was on a pavement. Suburban, quiet, lined with identical houses. The sky was that particular thick gray of very early morning, the kind of gray that hasn't decided yet whether it will become dawn or just go on being dark. The street was empty. The houses were all dark except for one down at the far end with an upstairs light on, and the ambient orange glow of a street lamp about 15 feet away was the only real illumination. Harry stood up. His knees were slightly unsteady. He looked down at himself and found that he was still 7 years old and still wearing his oversized jumper and his too big trousers and his taped glasses, which was a mild disappointment, but he hadn't expected anything different. He looked at the house directly in front of him. Number 4, Privet Drive. Dark. Still. The garden was slightly different, the rose bush was smaller, or positioned differently, and the front path had a crack in it that ran all the way to the door that he could see even in the lamplight. The curtains in the front room were closed. There was no car in the drive, the Desleys' car was a different model, newer, and Harry had a vague feeling that the car he was used to hadn't been bought until later. He pressed himself into the shadow of the hedge and waited, because the notebook had said just before and he had tried to land just before, which meant something was about to happen. He did not wait long. The cat came first. It was sitting on the garden wall of the house directly across the street, a tabby cat with markings that were oddly regular, almost geometric, which was unusual enough that Harry noticed it even in the bad light. The cat was watching the Desleys' house with an attention that no ordinary cat gave to an ordinary house. Harry watched the cat watching the house. Then a figure appeared at the end of the street. The man was tall, very tall, and old, with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles and a sweeping purple cloak that looked completely mad on a street like this at this hour of the morning, except that there was something about the way he moved that made the cloak seem like the street was the odd thing, not him. He walked with a long silver staff. He stopped at the garden gate of number 4 and stood looking at the house for a long moment, and even from across the street Harry could see the expression on his face. It was not unkind. That was the first thing Harry noticed. This was not a man disposing of an inconvenience. This was a man who believed completely in what he was doing, and that, Harry understood dimly but clearly, at age 7, with the particular precision of a child who has learned to read rooms, was almost worse. The tabby cat jumped down from the wall and became a woman. Harry did not flinch. He was not sure why he didn't flinch. Perhaps because the whole afternoon had been one long exercise in absorbing extraordinary things without the luxury of falling apart about them. The woman had a pointed hat and very sharp eyes and an expression that could have stripped paint from a door at 15 paces. She was wearing green, and her hair was up, and when she spoke to the tall man her voice was low and urgent. "You can't be serious, Albus." "I am serious, Minerva." The tall man, Albus, Dumbledore, Harry thought, and felt something settle into clarity in his chest, stopped at the gate and turned to look at her. "We've been through this. We've been through it and I've told you my objections at every turn and you've smiled and continued doing exactly what you intended to do regardless." The woman, McGonagall, his brain supplied, she looks like McGonagall looks like the portrait in the schoolroom at St. Gideon's Primary, folded her arms. "They are not suitable people, Albus. I spent 12 hours watching that house today." 12 hours. Petunia Dursley shouted at the boy across the street for letting his dog near her garden. The father nearly came to blows with a man at the petrol station over a parking space. "The child is, Harry will be safe there. Harry will be miserable there." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "The blood protection is not worth what it costs." Her voice cracked very slightly, just at the edge of it, and then sealed itself back up. "He is 1 year old, Albus. And the wizarding world would tear him apart if I placed him anywhere within reach of it. You know this. There is not a family in our world that would not treat that child as a symbol before they treated him as a boy. He needs to grow up away from it, away from the fame, away from the story that will be told about him, so instead we ensure he grows up knowing he's unwanted." Her voice was very flat now, which Harry had already identified as more dangerous than loudness. "That is your solution. We trade one kind of harm for another. I have made my decision." The woman said nothing for a moment. Then she said, very quietly, "I know you have," and she said it in a way that meant "and I will not forget it." Dumbledore opened the gate. Harry moved. He did not think about it precisely. It was more that his body had already made the decision before his brain had finished the sentence, and by the time he was aware of the choice he was already crossing the street at a half-run, silent on the damp pavement, his heart very loud in his ears. He ducked through the neighbor's gap in the hedge before either of them turned around and came up on the other side of the garden wall, parallel to Dumbledore's path toward the front step, 10 feet back and in deep shadow. There was a basket on the front step. Harry had not seen Dumbledore put it there. He must have conjured it or summoned it or something, because it had not been there a moment ago and now it was, a wicker basket with a bundle of blankets inside it and a small dark-haired baby who was, inexplicably and against all reasonable odds, still asleep. There was an envelope tucked into the blankets. Dumbledore stood over it for a moment, and his expression in that moment was something Harry could not fully read, grief and certainty in equal measure, which was a strange combination, grief usually undercutting certainty rather than existing alongside it. "Sleep well, Harry," Dumbledore said, very quietly, to the baby in the basket. Then he straightened, turned, and began walking back toward the gate. Harry moved the moment Dumbledore's back was turned. He crossed the garden in 6 steps, dropped to his knees beside the basket, and picked up the baby. The baby was heavier than he expected. Babies are always heavier than expected. His future infant self blinked slow dark eyes in the dim light and looked at Harry with the untroubled gaze of someone who has not yet learned that the world contains things worth being afraid of. There was a lightning bolt scar on the baby's forehead, pale pink, barely visible under the wisp of dark hair. Harry looked at it for a fraction of a second and then tucked the baby more firmly against his chest and stood up. "Who is there?" Dumbledore had turned around. Harry stood in the lamplight outside number 4, Privet Drive, with a 1-year-old version of himself in his arms, and looked at Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked back at him. In the half-light his face was very still. His eyes, very blue and very bright behind the half-moon glasses, moved from Harry's face to the baby and back again. Harry watched him work through it, the messy dark hair, the round face, the glasses, watched the pieces land, watched comprehension arrive and rearrange everything else. "Good Lord," Dumbledore said softly. Yes," Harry said. "How did you, does it matter right now?" Harry looked at the baby in his arms and then back at the tall old man standing in the damp garden of the ant who had, until about 4 hours ago, been the only family he'd ever known. "You were going to leave him here." "I was going to leave you," Dumbledore stopped. "Started again. Harry. What you're doing right now is extraordinarily dangerous." "The timeline, he'd have a scar on his arm by the time he was 3, Harry said. Not loudly. Not angrily. Just as information. From the hob. Because no one was watching when he got too close to the cooker. And he'd sleep in a cupboard. Under those stairs." He nodded at the front door of number 4. "For 10 years. And he'd know the whole time that the people inside didn't want him there, and he'd never know why, and he'd never know what he'd done wrong, because he hadn't done anything wrong, but knowing that doesn't actually help. Not when you're 4. Not when you're 6. Not when you're—" He stopped. Dumbledore was very still. McGonagall, who had come through the gate and stopped 5 feet away, was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry did not have a word for and would not for several years, the expression of someone who has just had their worst fears confirmed in a way that exceeds even what they feared. "How old are you?" she asked, and her voice was very careful. 7. "You've been there 6 years, she said. It was not a question. Yes. She turned to look at Dumbledore. She did not say anything. She didn't need to. Dumbledore looked older than he had a moment ago, not in his face, which was the same, but in something around his eyes. He looked at Harry with an expression that was doing too many things at once to be easily read, but somewhere in the middle of all of it Harry could see the first hairline crack in the certainty. "There are complications," Dumbledore began. "I'm sure," Harry said pleasantly. "You can explain them somewhere that isn't here, if you like, because at the moment I'm standing on my aunt's front path with my own baby self in my arms at 4 in the morning and I'd rather not still be here when anyone looks out a window." McGonagall made a sound that was not quite a laugh. She pressed one hand to her mouth and looked at the dark house and then back at Harry and then at the baby, who had grabbed a fist around Harry's jumper and was chewing on it with the focused seriousness of someone doing important work. "He's right," she said. "We should move." Dumbledore looked at the basket still sitting on the front step. He looked at Harry. He looked at the baby Harry was holding. He looked like a man doing very rapid calculations on a problem that has suddenly grown 17 new variables. "Where?" he asked. "Not here," Harry said. "And not wherever you were planning to put him." "Me." He adjusted his grip on the baby, who made a small sound and settled. "I need somewhere I can think. And I need someone who's going to actually listen to me instead of deciding what's best for me without asking, because that's how we ended up with this." He gestured at himself, at his taped glasses and his overlarge clothes and his too thin wrists, with one hand while keeping the other around the baby. "So. Where can we go where that won't happen?" The silence stretched. McGonagall said, "My office." She glanced at Dumbledore. "It's neutral ground. And it has tea." Harry looked at her. She had steady eyes and a set jaw and was looking at him with the particular attention of someone who has decided to take something seriously. He found, to his own mild surprise, that he trusted her. Not because she seemed nice, she didn't, especially, not in the way adults sometimes try to perform niceness at children. She seemed honest. That was better. "All right," Harry said. "Tea. And then we need to talk about what happens next." Dumbledore said, "Harry, Albus, McGonagall said, very quietly. He stopped. There was a long pause in which the three of them stood in the pre-dawn dark of a Surrey suburb, an old man with a silver beard and a conscience that had just taken a hit it would not easily recover from, a woman in green who had been right and would now spend years living with having been right, and a 7-year-old boy with taped glasses and a baby in his arms who had gone into a hole in his floor and come out the other end of his own history. "All right," Dumbledore said, finally. He gestured toward the gate. Harry walked through it without looking back at number 4. He did glance over his shoulder once, not at the house, but at the street, at the ordinary quiet of it, at the lamplight on the pavement and the garden wall where the cat had been sitting and now was not. He looked at it the way you look at a place when you know you are leaving it and will not return. There was no sentimentality in the look. There was something more precise than sentimentality, a kind of accounting. A line being drawn. Then he turned around and walked into the dark street where Dumbledore and McGonagall were waiting, and he did not look back again. The baby fell asleep against his shoulder somewhere around the second turning. Harry walked with Dumbledore 3 steps ahead and McGonagall 2 steps to his right, and he thought about what he needed. He needed somewhere to live. He needed someone on his side who had the power to make that mean something legally and in the wizarding world, because Dumbledore had clearly been running some kind of arrangement and arrangements could be unarranged but only if someone with standing pushed back. He needed to find out what the Potter will said, because Alara Voss's notebook had mentioned that time-turners sometimes turned up near important documents and he had a feeling the Potter estate was more complicated than anyone had told him. He needed Sirius Black, who was in Azkaban for something Harry had only a partial picture of, but the partial picture was enough to know it was wrong. He needed, in short, about 14 things at once, and he was 7 years old and wearing glasses held together with sticking plaster and carrying himself as a baby. He thought, one thing at a time. That was all. One thing, then the next. McGonagall sighed up brought them from the corner of the street, her hand light and firm on Harry's shoulder, and the world folded and snapped back open as the entrance hall of Hogwarts Castle, empty and echoing in the early morning dark, the torches burning low in their brackets and the suits of armor standing patient at their posts. Harry looked up at the ceiling, at the height of it, at the stone stairs sweeping up and up into dark that he had never seen before except in whatever instinct lives in a person before they have the words for it, the feeling of a place that matters, of walls that have held something worth holding, and he felt the baby stir against his shoulder and make a small contented sound, as if even at 1 year old he knew that this place was home. Harry stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts for the first time and felt something loosen in his chest that he had not known was tight. McGonagall was already moving toward the stairs. Dumbledore stood at the door with an expression that Harry could not quite see in the low light but could feel the weight of, heavy and watchful and uncertain in a way Harry suspected Albus Dumbledore was not accustomed to being. "Coming?" Harry asked him. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. Then he said, "Yes," and there was something in his voice that was almost, not quite, but almost, the beginning of humility. Harry shifted the sleeping baby to a more comfortable position, took the first step up the stairs, and went. Chapter 2, The Boy in the Basket. McGonagall's office was warmer than the rest of the castle, which was saying something because the rest of the castle was September cold and smelled of stone and old wood and the particular academic staleness of a place where people had been arguing about things for 1,000 years. Her office had a fireplace that was already going, either because she'd sent some charm ahead or because the castle had its own ideas about hospitality, and the walls were covered in bookshelves so densely packed that the spines had begun to lean against each other like commuters on a late train. There was a desk that looked like it had survived several wars. There were 2 chairs in front of it and one behind it and a tartan blanket folded over the back of the one nearest the fire. McGonagall took the tartan blanket, folded it into a rough nest on the floor near the hearth, and looked at Harry expectantly. Harry set the baby down in it. The baby, he still found it profoundly strange to think the baby when the baby was himself, but I was grammatically impossible and young me sounded like something out of a particularly bad dream, curled onto its side, grabbed the edge of the blanket and continued sleeping with the absolute confidence of someone who has no idea how complicated his night has just become. Harry stood up. His back was sore from carrying a full year's worth of another person. He pushed his glasses up his nose, turned around, and found both Dumbledore and McGonagall watching him with expressions that were different in texture but similar in intensity, the look of people recalibrating rapidly. McGonagall said, because apparently she had decided that the only sensible way to begin was with something hot, and Harry was not going to argue with that. She moved to a small table behind the desk where a kettle sat, and Harry heard the quiet sound of spells being cast in the careful, economical way of someone who'd been doing magic for decades and saw no need to be dramatic about it. Dumbledore settled into one of the chairs in front of the desk. He did not do so with his usual comfortable authority. He sat like a man who was not sure the chair was entirely his to take. Harry noticed this and filed it. He sat in the other chair. He was small enough that his feet didn't quite reach the floor, which was the kind of detail that might have felt humiliating in other circumstances, but he'd long since stopped letting that sort of thing land. He sat with his back straight and his hands in his lap and looked at Dumbledore and waited. Dumbledore said, "The time turner." "Yes." "May I see it?" Harry considered. Then he reached under his jumper and held it up without taking it off. Dumbledore leaned forward and looked at it without touching it, his expression shifting through several things at once. Recognition. Surprise. Something that was almost impressed before it became concerned. "This is Alara Voss's device," he said. The notebook was in the same hiding spot. Harry tucked it back under his jumper. She wrote good instructions. She was a remarkable student. Something moved across Dumbledore's face, the kind of expression that comes with old grief, the sort that has been worn smooth by time. She died in 1975. I had not known where this ended up. He paused. "Harry, what you've done tonight, traveling this far back, I know it's not reversible," Harry said. "I worked that out. If I go back to 1988 the baby comes with me and then there are two of me and none of that makes sense. So the timeline that existed before tonight is gone and this is the only one now." He said it the way he said most things, calmly, with the flat certainty of someone who has done the maths. "I need to know if you're going to fight me on what comes next or if we can skip to the part where we figure out how to do this properly." McGonagall set a cup of tea on the arm of his chair. She had put milk in it and 2 sugars, which Harry had not specified, and he wondered briefly how she'd known before he remembered that she'd spent 12 hours watching the Dursley house and had presumably paid attention. He picked up the cup with both hands and felt the warmth of it settle into his palms, and for a moment he let himself just be in the room. In the warm office with the fire going and the sleeping baby and the old headmaster looking at him like a problem he hadn't anticipated and the professor who'd been right all along standing behind her desk with an expression that was fierce and careful in equal measure. It was the nicest room he'd been in as long as he could remember. He took a sip of tea and looked at Dumbledore. "I'm not going to fight you," Dumbledore said, and he sounded like a man discovering the truth of that as he said it. "But I need to understand the nature of what you lived through. What you described outside, the scar. The cupboard. What you need to understand," Harry said, "is that it doesn't particularly matter right now. Going through it detail by detail isn't useful. What's useful is making sure it doesn't happen." He set the cup down on the arm of the chair. "The baby needs to go somewhere that isn't the Dursleys. So does Sirius Black, who is in Azkaban right now and hasn't had a trial." The silence in the room changed quality. McGonagall's head came up sharply. "What did you say?" "Sirius Black is in Azkaban and he hasn't had a trial," Harry said again. "He was arrested on the 2nd of November, 1981, which is today, or technically tomorrow. Peter Pettigrew was the real secret keeper, not Sirius. Sirius was framed. Nobody checked. He watched both of their faces. Did you know that? That he hadn't had a trial?" A pause. A very long, very specific kind of pause, the kind that is its own answer. "The speed of it," McGonagall said quietly. "The Ministry moved so fast after," she stopped. Her jaw tightened. It was Bartemius Crouch. He was head of magical law enforcement. He sent several to Azkaban without trials in those days. He considered it a wartime measure. Her voice on wartime measure was exactly what it deserved to be. I assumed, we were told he'd confessed. That there was evidence. There wasn't a confession, Harry said. He never got the chance to confess or deny anything. He looked at Dumbledore. Did you know? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. The fire crackled. The baby made a small sound and resettled in the blanket. I knew the trial had been expedited, Dumbledore said carefully. I did not know the full extent, you didn't ask, Harry said. Not harshly. Just accurately. Another pause. Longer this time. No, Dumbledore said. I didn't ask. Harry nodded slowly. He had thought, on the walk over, about what to do with his anger, because he did have it, a quiet constant anger like an ember that had been burning so long it had become just warmth, and he'd thought about whether to let it out here in this room and had decided against it, not because he wanted to be diplomatic but because anger aimed at Dumbledore right now was not efficient. Dumbledore was not an enemy. Dumbledore was a man who had made catastrophically wrong decisions for reasons that were internally coherent and externally disastrous, and what Harry needed from him was not guilt, which was useless, but cooperation, which wasn't. So he set the anger aside. He'd find a use for it later, somewhere more productive. Here's what needs to happen, Harry said. First, we establish where the baby goes. Not the Dursleys. I want somewhere in the wizarding world, somewhere he'll know who he is and who his parents were. Second, we deal with Sirius Black before the Ministry puts him on a boat to Azkaban, because once he's there it's going to be a great deal harder. Third, he hesitated, because the third thing was more complicated. Third, I need to understand what the Potter will says, because there's something in there that you arranged around, and I'd like to know exactly what it was. The silence that followed that third point was, Harry thought, a particularly interesting silence. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. He looked at him with an expression that was doing several things at once, assessment, and something that might have been the early stages of respect, and underneath both of those, the flicker of a man who is realizing that the story he has been telling himself about his own choices is not the only version of the story. The will, Dumbledore began, specifies Sirius Black as Harry's primary guardian, with, I know what it specifies, Harry said. I'd like you to confirm it. A pause. How would you know? I'm a very good guesser. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. Sirius was their first choice. Then someone else, Remus, maybe, or one of the other Order members. The Dursleys were not on that list. The blood protection is not worth what it costs, Harry said, using McGonagall's exact words from outside, and he saw her head turn sharply in his peripheral vision. You said yourself the wizarding world would treat him as a symbol. But the answer to that isn't 6 years in a cupboard. The answer is someone who loves him and is also capable of protecting him. That's not mutually exclusive. He picked up his tea again. Sirius could have done both. Dumbledore looked at his own hands, folded in his lap. He looked, in that moment, genuinely old, not the theatrical antiquity of a very powerful man who has cultivated an air of timelessness, but the real oldness of someone who has made an enormous mistake and is sitting in the evidence of it. Yes, he said, quietly. He could have. McGonagall sat down behind her desk. She had not touched her own tea. She was looking at Harry with an expression that Harry recognized slowly, tentatively, as something in the vicinity of pride, which was strange because she didn't know him, not yet, not in any way that should produce pride. Then he thought about it from her angle. She had argued against leaving him at the Dursleys, had been overruled, had walked away from that conversation carrying the guilt of it, and now here was proof that she'd been right, arrived from the future and sitting in her office drinking tea and systematically dismantling Dumbledore's certainty with the calm efficiency of someone who has had a very long 6 years to think about it. Maybe that was enough for a specific kind of pride. The kind that is really just recognition. We need to move on Sirius tonight, Harry said. Or this morning, rather. Before the Ministry processes him. Do either of you know where he is right now? He would have been taken to the ministry's holding facility in London, McGonagall said, snapping back into practicality with the efficiency of someone who has decided that action is the appropriate response to crisis and is not going to be deterred from it. Preliminary holding. Before Azkaban transport, they keep prisoners for 48 hours. It's administrative, paperwork, cataloging. Which means we have until the 3rd. So we have today. Harry set his cup down. Who do we need to talk to? Amelia Bones, Dumbledore said, without hesitation. She's in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she will be the head of it, eventually. She is scrupulously fair. If we bring her evidence of procedural failure she will not ignore it. He paused. The challenge will be the evidence itself. What we have is the word of a 7-year-old who arrived from the future. We have the word of a 7-year-old who arrived from the future, a registered time-turner that proves the mechanism exists, and the testimony of Albus Dumbledore, Harry said. I think between the 3 of those we can make a case. He looked at Dumbledore. You believed quickly enough when I told you Sirius hadn't had a trial. I believed because of what it implied about my own negligence, Dumbledore said, and it was said with such flat self-honesty that Harry gave him a fraction of credit for it. Others may not be so motivated. Then we appeal to their sense of legal process rather than their guilt. Harry thought for a moment. There's also Peter Pettigrew. If he's still alive, and I think he is, I think he faked his death and went into hiding as a rat, then finding him is the best possible evidence. A man who is supposedly dead and whose confirmed survival proves Sirius was framed. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. Where? I don't know exactly. He'll find somewhere crowded and anonymous. A wizarding family with a lot of children, probably. Easy to hide, easy to get information. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. That's a longer problem. The immediate problem is Sirius. Dumbledore looked up. You're right. We deal with what's immediate. He rose from the chair, and in rising seemed to shed some of the weight that had settled on him and reconstitute something more like his usual self, not the unchallenged authority he had walked into the street with, but something more considered. I'll go to the ministry. I'll request an emergency review of the prisoner's status on grounds of procedural irregularity. Amelia Bones will grant it, I believe, if the request comes from me. He looked at Harry. You'll need to stay here. Obviously, Harry said. I'm 7. And someone needs to watch the baby. McGonagall made a sound again. She was doing that thing, pressing her lips together, looking away, that Harry had identified as her version of a laugh she'd decided wasn't appropriate to the gravity of the situation. He found he liked her for it. I'll make up a room, she said. You both need to sleep. And we need to discuss the longer term. After Sirius. She looked at Harry with the kind of directness that he appreciated precisely because it wasn't softened. You understand that there will be questions. The ministry. The Wisengamot. People who will want to know who you are and why there are suddenly 2 of you. Let them ask, Harry said. I'm not hiding. I've got nothing to hide. That's not the same as it being simple. No, he agreed. But simple was what got him into a cupboard. McGonagall held his gaze for a moment. Then she nodded, once, decisively, the way someone nods when they have made a decision they are going to commit to completely. I'll make up the room, she said again, and stood. Dumbledore left through the fireplace, flow powder flaring green in the dark room, and then it was just Harry and McGonagall and the sleeping baby and the fire going steadily in the grate. Harry picked up his tea. It had gone lukewarm but he finished it anyway. McGonagall was gathering things from a cabinet, extra blankets, a pillow, and she moved around the office with the quick efficiency of someone who has been the primary practical force in an institution for a long time and is used to solving problems without ceremony. She paused beside the baby, looked down at him for a long moment, and her face did something complicated and private that Harry didn't try to read. He looks like James, she said. Except the eyes. Those are lilies. I know, Harry said, and there was something about saying it, I know, as if he'd known all along, as if knowing the color of his mother's eyes was the most ordinary thing, that lodged somewhere behind his sternum and stayed there. McGonagall looked at him. Did they ever tell you anything? The Dursleys. About your parents. Petunia told me once that my father was an unemployed drunk and my mother was a freak. He said it the same way he'd said everything else, not performance, not an appeal for sympathy, just information. Vernon said I had my mother's temper. He said it like it was an insult. He paused. I took it as a compliment. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then she said, your mother was one of the finest students I ever taught. She had a precision with spells that most wizards work toward their entire careers and never quite reach. And she was kind, genuinely kind, not the performance of it, in a way that didn't cost her anything because it came naturally. She folded the second blanket with sharp, definitive movements. And your father was occasionally infuriating and deeply brave and loved her completely, which is perhaps the most I can say of any man. Harry did not trust himself to say anything for a moment. Thank you, he said finally. She nodded. She put the blankets near the baby and then straightened and looked at him with her head slightly tilted, the way she'd been looking at him since the street, assessing, recalibrating, landing on something. What will you do? She asked. After. When things are settled. If they settle. Harry thought about it. Go to school. Eventually. Learn properly, not just from library books. He glanced around at the bookshelves. There's a lot I don't know. You know rather a great deal for 7. I know some things very specifically, he said. And almost nothing about the rest. He looked at the fire. I want to know the rest. McGonagall looked at him for another long moment. The fire popped. The baby made a small sleep sound. Rain had started again somewhere outside, the quiet persistent kind that had no particular urgency to it. The guest room on the 2nd floor, she said. I'll show you. There's a cot for, she nodded at the baby, and a proper bed for you. She moved toward the door and then paused. For what it's worth, what you did tonight. Coming back. Picking him up. She didn't finish the sentence. She seemed to decide the sentence didn't need finishing. Harry stood up from the chair. His legs were tired in a way that was only now announcing itself, the delayed exhaustion of a day that had begun with a cereal box in a cupboard and ended with the entire architecture of his life being dismantled and reconstructed in the span of about 6 hours. He reached down and carefully picked up the baby, who stirred and resettled and grabbed the front of his jumper again. McGonagall, he said, because he'd been thinking about how to say this since the street. She paused in the doorway. You were right, he said. When you told him. Tonight. You were right about all of it. She looked at him steadily. In the firelight her expression was impossible to simplify into a single thing, it was grief and anger and something resolving toward purpose, all at once. I know, she said. Come along, then. He followed her out into the corridor, into the cool stone dark of the castle, carrying the baby and his own particular history, walking deeper into the first place that had ever felt like it might, eventually, become his. The guest room was at the end of the 2nd floor corridor, square and plain with a stone floor and a window that looked out over the grounds toward the lake, which was just visible as a dark gleam through the rain. McGonagall lit the lamps with a word and conjured a cot from a storage room. Harry could hear her doing it through the wall, and when he'd laid the baby in it and stood back to make sure the blanket was tucked, he turned and found a proper bed made up with clean sheets and a wool blanket, and a glass of water on the bedside table that hadn't been there before. He sat on the edge of the bed. His glasses were still held together with the sticking plaster. He took them off and set them on the table and everything went softly blurred at the edges, the way the world always was for him without them, and he thought about the fact that tomorrow Dumbledore would be at the Ministry trying to get Sirius Black out of preliminary holding, and that when he succeeded Harry would be meeting a man who was his godfather and who had never, in the original timeline, met him outside of grief and desperation. He thought about what that would be like. He thought about whether Sirius would be angry, or broken, or both, or something else entirely. He thought about Remus Lupin, who he hadn't mentioned yet. Who was out there right now, grieving and alone, and who Harry would need to find. He thought about the time turner, still warm under his jumper. He touched it through the fabric. It had brought him here. He had no idea if it would ever be needed again or if it was just a thing now, an object, a memento of the single most efficient decision he had ever made. He thought about Peter Pettigrew, somewhere out there, small and scared and carrying the shape of his betrayal like a second skin. Then he stopped thinking, because his brain had hit a wall that was entirely composed of exhaustion, and he lay down on the bed with his clothes still on and the time turner still around his neck and pulled the wool blanket up and was asleep in approximately 45 seconds. In the cot 3 feet away, the baby slept on, undisturbed, deep in the uncomplicated sleep of someone at the very beginning of everything. The rain continued outside. The castle settled around them both. Harry woke at 7 in the morning to the sound of the baby crying. He was on his feet with his glasses in his hand before he was fully awake, the reflex of 6 years of needing to be invisible and silent converting itself smoothly into the reflex of needing to respond to something, and he crossed to the cot and looked in, and the baby looked back at him with a red face and an expression of profound grievance and the specific volume of someone for whom crying is a binary condition rather than a gradient. "All right," Harry said, picking him up. "All right. I don't know what you want." The baby continued to express his grievance. Harry was trying to recall everything he'd ever inadvertently learned about babies, which was not much, because the Dursleys had treated Dudley's infant era as a competitive sport that Harry was not allowed to participate in. When the door opened and McGonagall appeared with a bottle of something warm and a look of competent calm that suggested she had dealt with distressed infants before and found them less alarming than distressed headmasters. "Give him here," she said, and took the baby with the ease of someone who actually knows what they're doing, and produced the bottle, and the crying stopped with an immediacy that Harry found personally somewhat offensive given the amount of noise it had just been. "How did you?" he started. "I was a head of house for 11 years before I became deputy headmistress," she said, adjusting the angle of the bottle with the precision of someone who has worked this out empirically. "You'd be surprised what the job involves." She glanced at Harry. "There's breakfast." Elspeth, one of the house elves, brought a tray. "Eat something." Harry sat on the edge of the bed and ate toast and a boiled egg with the slightly surreal feeling of someone in a situation that has no precedent. He was eating breakfast in Hogwarts while Minerva McGonagall fed his 1-year-old self a bottle by the window with the November grounds grey and wet outside. Somewhere in London, Albus Dumbledore was attempting to stop the Ministry from sending his godfather to Azkaban. He thought about how yesterday he had been in a cupboard under some stairs with a broken toy soldier and 3 overdue library books. He finished the toast. "Did Dumbledore send word?" he asked. "Not yet. It's early." McGonagall had shifted the baby to her shoulder and was patting his back with a rhythm that suggested this too was something she had done before. "He'll go to Amelia Bones first. She starts at 7. A pause. "She won't be easily persuaded. But she'll listen. She'll listen. She's one of the few people in that building who will, when it matters." Something tightened in her expression. The Ministry in 1981 is not at its finest. They've spent 2 years fighting a war and they're exhausted and frightened people take shortcuts. "I know," Harry said. "I'm counting on Dumbledore's name more than the legal argument." "That's probably wise." She looked at him sidelong. "You don't trust him." It wasn't a question. Harry considered how to answer it honestly. "I trust him to do the right thing when someone makes the cost of doing the wrong thing high enough," he said. "That's not the same as trust. But it's useful." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then, "That is a rather sophisticated analysis for a 7-year-old. "It's a rather straightforward one," he said. "You just have to be paying attention." The baby burped. McGonagall looked faintly pleased about this in a way that she clearly felt was beneath her dignity but couldn't entirely suppress. The morning passed slowly. Harry read. McGonagall had given him access to her bookshelf with the brevity of someone handing over a tool they know will be used correctly, and he pulled a book on wizarding law from the third shelf and read it with the focused attention of someone learning a landscape he is going to need to navigate. He learned about the Wisengamot structure and the Ministry's chain of authority and the specific legal provisions for emergency custody reviews. He learned that the Potter will have been sealed by Dumbledore under an obscure provision that allowed a guardian to restrict access to a deceased minor's estate documentation in the interest of the minor's protection, which was, Harry made a note, mental, filed under things to undo, a provision so rarely used that most wizarding lawyers had never seen it invoked. Sealing the will had sealed everything in it, including the explicit instructions about Sirius. Harry sat with that for a while. He did not put it in the anger folder yet. He put it in the to address folder, which was getting full. The flue flared green at 11:30. Dumbledore stepped through, and Harry looked at him immediately, reading his face the way he read rooms, and what he saw was not defeat but not easy victory either. It was the expression of a man who had succeeded at something that had cost more than he expected. "Well?" McGonagall asked. But she agreed. She agreed because she is the kind of person who will always agree to look at something before she decides it doesn't warrant looking at. And because I pointed out that if she transferred Sirius and then it later emerged he'd had no trial, the Ministry's position would be worse than if she looks now, Harry said. Precisely. Good. Harry set the book aside. What about the will? Dumbledore met his eyes. Held them. I can have it unsealed by the end of the day. He paused. Harry. I want to, not now, Harry said. Not unkindly. There'll be time for that. Right now I need to know if there's anything in the will that complicates Sirius taking custody once he's cleared, and I need to know if you're going to try to run the hearing or let Amelia Bones do her job. A pause. I will let her do her job, Dumbledore said. Good, Harry said again. He stood up, stretched, looked at the window and the grey November grounds outside. Somewhere out there the future was still forming, still deciding what it was going to be, and the shape of it was different now, leaning differently under a changed weight. He turned back to the room. The will is going to say Sirius gets the baby, he said. And once it does, and once the hearing clears him, we're going to need somewhere for them to go. Sirius will need time, he's been in holding for 2 days already and that's not nothing. He'll need, Harry paused, because he didn't actually have a complete picture of what Sirius Black was like, not a real one, only fragments and impressions and the grief-worn version he had encountered briefly in the original timeline. He'll need support. Does Remus Lupin have a current address? McGonagall said, Edinburgh, I believe. He took a room there after the Potters. Can we reach him? I can send a Patronus. She hesitated. He may not respond. He went very quiet after. After all of it. James and Lily, and then Sirius's arrest, he thinks his last friend just murdered 12 muggles, Harry said. Yes. I imagine he went quiet. He looked at the fire. Send the Patronus anyway. Tell him there are new developments and that we need him here. Don't tell him about Sirius yet. He considered. Tell him there's something he needs to know about Peter Pettigrew. McGonagall looked at him sharply. Why that specifically? Because it'll get him here faster than anything else, Harry said. He'll come for Peter. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she went to the window, opened it a crack, and he watched her produce a silver cat Patronus, bright and certain, with its tail held precisely, and send it out into the grey morning with a whispered message. Harry watched it go. He thought, one thing, then the next. Then he went back to the book on wizarding law and kept reading, because there was a hearing in 3 days and he intended to walk into it knowing exactly what every person in that room was allowed to do and what they were not. Outside, the November rain came down steadily over the grounds of Hogwarts, and the lake lay dark and flat under it, and somewhere in London a man who didn't know his life was about to change sat in a ministry holding cell believing that everything worth living for was already gone. Harry turned a page and kept reading. Chapter 3, The Werewolf's Den. Remus Lupin arrived at Hogwarts at 2:30 in the afternoon looking like someone had wrung him out and hung him up to dry. He was 21 years old, which Harry knew intellectually but which his brain kept rejecting because every version of Remus he had constructed from fragments and impressions had been middle-aged and tired and careworn in that specific way of someone who has been tired for a very long time. This version was just, young. Young and wrecked, which was a different thing entirely. He was thin in a way that went past lean into concerning, with the particular gauntness of someone who hasn't been eating because eating requires remembering to eat, and his robes were clean but worn at the elbows, and his face had the look of someone who had not slept properly since the 1st of November, which was, Harry counted, 2 days ago. He came through the flu with the slightly unsteady quality of someone who'd rushed, and his eyes went immediately around the room, to McGonagall, to the fire, to Dumbledore in the corner, and then to Harry, where they stopped. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Harry looked back. "You're very small," Remus said, and his voice was rougher than Harry expected, scraped at the edges. "I'm 7, Harry said. "I can see that." Remus's eyes moved to the cot by the window, where the baby was asleep again. He slept an impressive amount, which McGonagall said was normal and Harry accepted on faith. The expression that crossed Remus's face when he saw the baby was not something Harry tried to categorize. It was private in a way that deserved to be left alone. McGonagall's message said, "Sit down," Harry said. "There's a lot and it goes better if you're sitting." Remus blinked. Then, with the faint dazed quality of someone operating on very little sleep and very little hope, he sat in the chair that Dumbledore had vacated. Dumbledore was standing by the bookshelf now, taking up as little space as possible, which Harry had noticed and approved of. McGonagall poured tea. She did it without being asked, and with the same competent briskness she brought to everything, and set it in front of Remus, and Remus picked it up automatically and held it in both hands, staring at the surface of it. "The message said Peter," Remus said quietly. He did not look up. "What about Peter?" "He's alive," Harry said. The teacup didn't move. Nothing in Remus moved, except something in his face, which went through several things very quickly and landed in a place that was halfway between devastation and fury and an awful, specific hope. "What?" "He faked his death," Harry said. "He cut off his own finger, blew up the street, transformed, and ran. He's been in hiding ever since. He's an animagus, unregistered. He can become a rat." Harry watched Remus carefully. "And Sirius didn't betray your friends. Peter was the secret keeper. Sirius convinced James to switch at the last minute because he thought Sirius was too obvious a target. And then Peter went to Voldemort and James and Lily died and Sirius went after Peter to, I don't know exactly. Confront him. Maybe kill him. And Peter blew up the street and framed him for it and disappeared." The room was very quiet. Remus set the teacup down. He set it down with great care, the deliberate movement of someone who needs to do something with their hands that won't break anything. "How do you know this?" he said. It wasn't a question. It was the sound of a man pressing on something to see if it's solid. "I came back from 1988, Harry said. That's me, in the cot. I was 7 years old living with my Aunt Petunia and I found a time turner and I came back to stop him," he nodded at Dumbledore, who took it without expression, "from leaving me there. And I know what happened because I worked it out. Because in 1988 Sirius is in Azkaban and everyone believes he was the secret keeper and no one has questioned it, and none of it adds up if you pull on any of the threads." He paused. "You knew Peter was an animagus." Remus went very still. "Yes. So did Sirius. So did James. A beat. No one else did." Remus was quiet for a moment. Then he said, very carefully, "We were never supposed to, it was illegal. We didn't tell anyone." He looked up finally, and his eyes were red at the edges, not from crying right now but from the accumulated evidence of the last 2 days. If I had told Dumbledore, if I had told anyone, you couldn't have known Peter would use it like this, Harry said, and he said it plainly, not as comfort exactly but as fact, because comfort that isn't true is just noise and Remus deserved better than noise. You couldn't have known because you trusted him. That's not stupidity. That's just, being a person. Something in Remus's face shifted. Not much. A fraction. Like a door that has been closed for a long time and someone has just pressed on it very gently from the other side. The hearing is the day after tomorrow, Harry said, moving forward because he could feel that Remus needed something to do more than he needed to sit with the weight of it. Sirius hasn't been sent to Azkaban yet. Amelia Bones is conducting an emergency review. If we can prove the procedural failure, no trial, no formal charges, a staged death that implicates a man who's now sitting in Ministry holding, Sirius gets out. Remus said nothing for a long moment. Then, he's in holding. Yes. Not Azkaban. Not yet. Remus put both hands flat on his knees and looked at the floor between his feet. He was doing the maths of it, Harry could see it, the way the information was being absorbed and processed against everything Remus had believed to be true for the past 2 days. Against the grief and the guilt and the certainty that he'd lost everyone. There's something else, Dumbledore said quietly, from the corner. Remus looked at him. The will, Dumbledore said. He reached into his robes and produced a folded document sealed with wax. I had it unsealed this morning. James and Lily's instructions are explicit. Sirius is named as primary guardian, pending his fitness and availability. You, he held it out to Remus, are named as secondary guardian, to serve alongside Sirius in the event Sirius requires support. Remus took the document slowly. He didn't unfold it. He just held it in both hands and looked at the seal. They named me, he said. Of course they did, McGonagall said, with a crisp certainty that brooked no argument. Don't be an idiot about it, Remus. Harry watched the corner of Remus's mouth pull, very slightly. Not a smile exactly. The ghost of one. He unfolded the will and read it, and Harry let him read it in silence, which felt like the correct thing to give someone who had just discovered that the 2 people he loved most had trusted him even at the end, even with the most important thing they had. When Remus finished reading he folded it back up very carefully and held it. Right, he said, and his voice was rough but had something in it now that hadn't been there before, something that was just beginning to gather itself. Tell me what needs to happen at this hearing. Harry had been thinking about the hearing since the night before, in the gaps between chapters of Wizarding Law, and he had a fairly clear picture of it by now. The problem was not Amelia Bones. The problem was that procedural irregularity alone might not be enough if someone in the Ministry decided it was worth fighting. Crouch had powerful allies. The case against Sirius had been built fast, yes, but it had been built with the confidence of a Ministry that was not expecting anyone to look closely, and confidence could look a lot like evidence if no one asked the right questions. The right questions were, why were there no bodies found at the explosion site consistent with 12 deaths? Why was no forensic investigation conducted? Why was the wand count never done? Why did Sirius Black, a trained Auror who had spent 2 years fighting Voldemort and surviving, make no attempt to escape arrest, no attempt to resist, and tell the arresting Aurors exactly what had happened, because Harry had worked this out from the shape of the official record. Sirius had told them everything, had probably been in shock and told them the truth, and they had interpreted his shock as guilt and moved on. Harry laid all of this out for Remus and McGonagall and Dumbledore over the next hour, the 4 of them around the desk with the will and Harry's notes from the law book and a parchment McGonagall produced that turned out to be a copy of the official arrest record that she had somehow acquired, which Harry did not ask about because McGonagall clearly had resources she deployed quietly and effectively, and that was its own kind of admirable. Remus turned out to be sharp. Harry had expected it intellectually, but it was still satisfying to watch, the way Remus read the arrest record and within 2 minutes had identified 3 procedural failures that Harry had missed, pointing at them with a finger that was steady in a way his whole body had not been when he'd arrived. This, Remus said, tapping the record. The wand. They logged his wand as evidence, but there's no record of a prior incantato being performed. If they'd checked the last spell on his wand, they'd have found it wasn't an explosive curse. He looked at Harry. Did they ever check? I don't know, Harry said. I think no one looked. Then we asked them to look now. Remus sat back. The wand is still in evidence somewhere. It has to be. It's logged here. He tapped the parchment again. If we request the wand be examined under prior incantato at the hearing and the last spell it cast isn't the curse that killed those people, it's not proof of innocence, McGonagall said carefully. No, but it's proof of a sloppy investigation, Remus said. And in combination with no trial, no formal charges, a procedurally irregular transfer to Azkaban, and a finger that doesn't match any of the bodies found, he stopped. Was there ever an identification of the bodies? The report just says 12 Muggles, Harry said. Names? McGonagall asked. Harry looked at the parchment. No. The silence in the room had a specific quality to it, the quality of people who are realizing, incrementally, that what they'd assumed was a solid case is actually a collection of assumptions held together by the speed at which they'd been made and the certainty with which they'd been presented. 12 unidentified bodies, no wand examination, no trial, and a finger, Harry said. That's what they used to put a man in Azkaban. It was wartime, Dumbledore said quietly. It was the day after the war ended, Harry said. That's a very specific moment to stop caring about evidence. Nobody had an answer for that. Harry stood up, stretched, moved to the window. The rain had stopped and the late afternoon was doing that thing November afternoons did where the light went gold and thin before it went dark, the sky streaked with pale orange over the lake. He watched it for a moment and thought about Sirius Black in a ministry holding cell, not knowing any of this was happening, not knowing there was anything left to hope for. I want to go to him, Harry said. McGonagall looked at him. The ministry holding facility is not, I know. I'm not asking to go today. Harry turned from the window. After the hearing. If it goes the way it should go. I want to be there. He looked at Remus. We both should. Remus met his eyes. He was still holding the will. Yes, he said simply. We'll need to deal with the question of where everyone goes afterward, McGonagall said, in the tone of someone who has decided that logistics are what's needed now and she is going to provide them. If Sirius is cleared and granted custody, he needs somewhere to live. His family home is, she paused. His relationship with his family is complicated. Grimmauld Place exists, Harry said. He has it. He'll hate it, but it's there. He thought for a moment. Actually, there might be a better option. The Potter house at Godric's Hollow is destroyed, Dumbledore said quietly. Not entirely, Harry said. The upper floors. The ground floor is intact. I've seen the pictures. He hadn't, actually, he'd never seen any pictures in the life he'd come from, but the logic of it made sense and he was going to find out if he was right. It would need work, but it's theirs. His. He looked at the baby in the cot. It should be his. Remus was looking at him again with that expression, the one Harry couldn't fully name. It had something to do with recognition, he thought. Like Remus was looking at Harry and seeing the outline of the people he'd lost, but also something that wasn't them at all, something that was specifically Harry, and wasn't sure what to do with either. You're very calm about all of this, Remus said. For someone who he gestured vaguely, a gesture that was clearly meant to encompass the time turner and the cupboard and the entire restructuring of a timeline. Would it help if I wasn't? Harry asked. Remus thought about it. Probably not. Then I'll stay calm. Harry moved back to the desk. I need to know more about Pettigrew. About how he thinks. Because finding him is the cleanest possible evidence and I don't want to wait, I'd rather have him before the hearing. In 2 days, McGonagall said. You want to locate a man who has transformed into a rat and could be anywhere in Britain. I want to try, Harry said. He'll go somewhere he feels safe. Somewhere with a lot of cover. He looked at Remus. You knew him. Where would he go? Remus was quiet for a moment. Harry watched him doing that thing, pressing on the idea of Peter Pettigrew the way you press on a bruise, testing whether you can bear the sensation of it. He hated being alone, Remus said slowly. Peter always needed people around. Not because he liked people, exactly, more because he needed the noise of other people to drown something out in himself. He paused. He would go somewhere with a family. Somewhere with children, specifically. Children don't look at rats the way adults do. Children just let them be. He stopped. He would also need to stay close to news. He'd need to know what was happening. He'd want to know if Sirius talked, what the ministry was doing, whether anyone was looking for him. His jaw tightened. He'd find a way to read the prophet even as a rat. Someone reading it in the same room would be enough. Harry filed this. Wizarding families, he said. With children. Somewhere accessible. Remus said, there are not that many wizarding families in Britain that are both accessible and unremarkable enough that a rat wouldn't be noticed. He paused. The Weasleys have about 7 children, I think. They live in Somerset. They'd never notice an extra rat. Something clicked. Harry felt it, the specific sensation of a piece of information falling into its correct slot. The Weasleys, he said. Remus looked at him. You know them? I know of them. Harry thought carefully. In the original timeline, Pettigrew had been a Weasley family pet for 12 years. 12 years of living in a house with a family who had no idea what he was. It makes sense. He'd blend in there. And he'd have access to the prophet and information and, Harry paused. It's the right kind of place. Crowded and warm and careless in the best way. Nobody counts the rats. I can go today, Remus said. He was on his feet before the sentence was finished, the will still folded in his hand, and Harry could see that he needed to do this, needed it the way he needed air, because Remus had just discovered that the person he'd spent 2 days believing was a murderer was innocent, and the person he'd spent 2 days grieving as a victim was alive and hiding, and that fury needed somewhere to go. Wait, Harry said. Remus stopped. If you go as yourself he'll run. He's been running for 2 days and he'll run at the first sign of anything that feels like a threat. Harry thought. We need to bring him in during the hearing. He's a stronger argument seen in person in front of Amelia Bones than found tonight and kept somewhere until the 4th. Remus's expression said very clearly that he disagreed with this from a personal standpoint. I know, Harry said. But the hearing comes first. Find out if he's there, just confirm it. Don't touch him. Can you do that? A long pause. Yes, Remus said, with the tone of someone agreeing to something that is taking a significant act of will. Thank you. Remus sat back down. He put the will in his pocket, carefully. He drank his tea, which had gone cold, and didn't seem to notice. McGonagall said, There's the matter of you, and looked at Harry. Me specifically, Harry said, or the general situation. You, specifically. You are 7 years old and currently living in my guest room with an infant version of yourself and no legal guardian, no registered address, and no documentation in the wizarding world. She folded her hands on the desk. If anyone asks, and someone will ask, what are you? Harry thought about it. It was a fair question. He was not officially a Harry Potter, because the Harry Potter on record was a 1-year-old baby currently asleep in a cot. He was a time-traveled version of the same person, which had no legal category that he knew of and was going to cause considerable administrative headaches for anyone who tried to document it. I'll be Harry's cousin, he said. For now. Until Sirius is out and can legally claim me as well as him. Once he's the guardian of record for the baby, he can document me as a ward. An older ward. He paused. It's messy, but it's better than nothing, and the alternative is the ministry trying to classify me as a temporal anomaly, and I'd rather not be classified as anything by the ministry if I can avoid it. McGonagall was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Harry's cousin. With a different name, presumably. I'll be James, he said, and the name came out before he'd quite decided on it, and once it was out it seemed right. James Potter. Harry's cousin. Something moved across Dumbledore's face at that. Something quiet and heavy. He would have liked that, Dumbledore said. Harry did not respond to this, because there was a version of that sentence that was very touching and a version that was the beginning of a conversation he wasn't ready to have, and he couldn't tell which one this was. Fine, McGonagall said. James Potter. I will have documentation prepared. She did not ask whether this was strictly legal. This, Harry appreciated. The afternoon moved into evening. McGonagall made dinner appear. She did not cook it herself, the house elves managed, but she supervised the appearance of it with the attention of someone who believes strongly that people in difficult situations should eat properly. And the four of them ate around the desk in the office with the fire going and the baby now awake and sitting in Remus's arms with the happy concentration of someone who has just discovered fingers and finds them endlessly interesting. Harry watched Remus with the baby and felt something he didn't have an easy name for. Remus held him like he was both precious and fragile, but not in the anxious way, in the way of someone who has been afraid of things being taken away and is being very careful with something that has been given back. He talked to the baby in a low, even voice, nonsense mostly, but warm, and the baby grabbed his finger with a tiny fist and Remus went quiet and looked at the ceiling. He has Lily's eyes, Remus said, for the second time that day, except the first time Harry had heard it was from McGonagall, and this version was quieter and more private, and Harry looked down at his own plate and gave Remus the privacy of it. After dinner Remus said he'd go to Somerset in the morning, before the hearing, and confirm whether Pettigrew was with the Weasleys. He said it with the businesslike tone of someone who has decided not to feel anything about it until there is time to feel it properly, which Harry recognized as a coping mechanism and not a healthy one, but also not his problem to solve tonight. Dumbledore left through the flue after dinner with the air of someone who has a great deal to think about and intends to do so immediately. Harry let him go without adding to his burden, because he'd given him enough for one day, and Dumbledore thinking clearly was more useful to the hearing than Dumbledore sitting under a pile of guilt. It was just Harry and Remus and McGonagall and the baby after that, and the fire, and the rain starting again outside. McGonagall excused herself for an hour to deal with something administrative. She was still the deputy headmistress of a running school, Harry kept reminding himself. All of this was happening around the edges of a job she was still doing, and it was just Harry and Remus and the baby now back in the cot and making the soft sounds of someone winding down towards sleep. Remus sat in the chair by the fire and looked at Harry and said, "Tell me about it. If you want to." Harry thought about what to say. He had said most of it already, the cupboard, the scar, the length of it. He didn't want to go through it again. But there was something in Remus's expression that was asking for something different from recitation, asking for the texture of it, the specific detail that makes something real rather than reported. There was a loose board in the cupboard, Harry said. That's where the time-turner was hidden. Ilara Voss, the witch who owned it, she'd hidden it in the same house when she'd been staying there one summer. The Dursleys bought the contents of the house without knowing. Without knowing any of it. That's how I ended up in a cupboard with a time-turner under the floorboards. That's the whole story of how I got here. He paused. It's a bit funny, actually. Remus looked at him. Is it? If you look at it from a distance. Harry looked at the fire. I used to read at night, under the door, in the light from the hallway. That's actually, I read a lot. I was good at school. Better than Dudley, which annoyed everyone. He said it without bitterness, just as detail. I used to think a lot about why I was there. What the logic of it was. And I never could work it out because I was starting from the assumption that someone had thought about it and decided it was the right place for me. It took me until today to find out that someone actually had thought about it and had reasons that, well, He looked at Dumbledore's empty chair. Had reasons. That's worse, isn't it? Remus said. Than if it had been careless. A bit, yes, Harry said. Carelessness you can understand. Decisions made for your good without consulting you are, he searched for the word. Lonely. In a specific way. Remus looked at the fire. I understand that specific way, he said quietly. Harry thought about Remus's life as he understood it, the lycanthropy at 4 years old, the werewolf laws, the exclusions, and the careful management of other people's fear of him. The loneliness of being known as a thing before you were known as a person. Yes, Harry said. I imagine you do. They sat in silence for a while that was comfortable in the way silences become comfortable when two people have said something real and don't need to paper over it. Sirius, Remus said eventually. What was he like? In your time. Before you came back. Harry said carefully, I didn't really know him. He was in Azkaban. I only had impressions. What people said. What I could piece together. He paused. He was brave and stupid in the same proportion, from what I gathered. He loved your friends completely and acted on it without always thinking through the consequences. Remus made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob and was possibly both. That's the most accurate description of Sirius Black I've ever heard. Was he all right? Harry asked. Before all of it. He was. Remus stopped, collected himself. He was the best person I knew, and the most infuriating, and the most alive. He took up space. You always knew where you stood with him, which was either completely at ease or in the middle of an argument, and both were fine. His voice had gone rough again. When they took him, I kept thinking that someone like that, someone that, present, being in Azkaban was, he stopped again. It doesn't bear thinking about. We'll get him out, Harry said. Remus looked at him. Not at the baby Harry, at the Harry sitting in the chair with the taped glasses and the oversized jumper, the Harry who was 7 and had come back through time with a plan and a quiet fury and the absolute refusal to let things be the way they had been. You're quite extraordinary, Remus said. Do you know that? I'm practical, Harry said. Most people who aren't extraordinary look extraordinary when they're being practical in extraordinary circumstances. Remus smiled at that, a real smile, the first real one Harry had seen from him, and it changed his whole face, made him look genuinely young for a moment, like the person he might have been if the world had been a fraction kinder to him. James used to say something like that, Remus said. When Sirius did something dramatic. He's not brave, he's just bad at calculating risk. He laughed softly. Sirius would always say that calculating risk was just cowardice with better vocabulary. Harry smiled. They sound like they were good, he said. They were the best, Remus said simply. Outside the window, the November dark had fully settled, thick and rural beyond the castle grounds, and the lake was invisible now, just a sound and a feeling. The fire had burned down to steady orange. The baby slept. Harry felt the weight of the day finally land on him properly, the full cumulative mass of it, the cupboard, the spinning, the street, Dumbledore's face, McGonagall's rage contained in crisp quiet, the legal book, and now this room with the person he hadn't expected to like so immediately. Get some sleep, Remus said, reading it in his face. I'll sit here a while. Harry looked at him. Remus's eyes were on the cot. On the baby. Harry stood up, touched Remus briefly on the shoulder. It was an impulsive thing, the kind of thing he didn't usually do, but it seemed necessary, and went to his room. He lay in the dark and thought about tomorrow. Remus going to Somerset. The hearing the day after. Sirius in a ministry cell not knowing that the ground had shifted. He turned the time turner over in his fingers under the blanket, not to use it, just to feel its weight. One thing, then the next. He slept. In the morning, before the castle had properly woken up, he heard the Floo and Remus's footsteps in the corridor, and then quiet, and then the sound of the Floo again, Remus leaving. Harry lay still for a moment and listened to the castle around him, the deep old quiet of it, the way it breathed. Then the baby woke up and started crying, and Harry got up and went to deal with it, because 1-year-olds did not care about temporal logistics or ministry hearings or the general restructuring of the timeline, and someone had to be practical about it. He picked up the baby and the baby looked at him with those green eyes and grabbed his nose. "Fair enough," Harry said. Chapter 4, The Goblin's Ledger. Remus came back at noon. Harry knew before the fluff flared that it was good news, because bad news had a different energy to it. He'd learned this from 6 years of waiting to find out whether he'd done something wrong or whether the world had just decided to be difficult on its own schedule. Good news arrived faster, with a kind of kinetic certainty. Remus stepped through the green fire with mud on his boots and his jaw set and his eyes bright in the way eyes go bright when a person has seen something that has confirmed their worst suspicions and their best hopes simultaneously. "He's there," Remus said. McGonagall set down her quill. Harry looked up from the table where he'd been working through a second legal text, this one specifically about Wisengamot hearing procedures. "You're certain," Harry said. "I saw him." Remus's voice was very controlled, the kind of control that takes effort. "I went as a friend of the family. I know Arthur Weasley slightly, he was in the order. I said I was passing through Somerset, wanted to pay my respects after everything. They were kind." He paused. There were 6 children. Enormous house, complete chaos, chickens in the garden. And in the corner of the kitchen, on a shelf between a broken clock and a jar of flu powder, there was a fat grey rat with a missing toe on his right front paw. The room was quiet. "He saw me," Remus said. "He didn't run. I think he was afraid that if he ran it would draw attention. He just sat there. And I looked at him and he looked at me and I knew." His jaw tightened. "I nearly, but you didn't," Harry said. "But I didn't." Remus sat down heavily. He pressed both hands flat on his knees the way he'd done the day before when the rage needed somewhere to go that wasn't the nearest breakable object. "I left. I came back." He looked at Harry. "You're right that he needs to be in front of Amelia Bones. I know you're right. Tomorrow," Harry said. "After the hearing. You can deal with him tomorrow." Remus exhaled. "Yes." Harry made a note on his parchment, Pettigrew confirmed, Weasley residence, Somerset, and set his quill down. The hearing was tomorrow. They had Pettigrew's location, they had the will, they had the wand evidence request, they had Dumbledore's name and McGonagall's documentation and the procedural record. It was, he thought, a strong enough case. But there was something else. Something he'd been thinking about since the first morning, since reading about the sealed will and the Dumbledore provision that had locked away the Potter estate documentation. He'd been turning it over in the back of his mind like a stone that might have something interesting underneath it. "I need to go to Gringotts," he said. McGonagall looked at him. "Today. This afternoon, if possible." He stood up. "There's something in the Potter vault record I need to see before tomorrow. Not the money, the documentation. The estate record." He looked at her. In the original timeline, Dumbledore was named as a secondary signatory on the Potter estate. Which means he had access to the vault, and he had the will sealed, and he was in a position to, he paused, choosing precision over implication. "I want to know what the full ledger looks like. What was done with the estate while the will was sealed and the primary beneficiary was a baby in a cupboard." The silence that followed had a specific texture to it. McGonagall said, "Albus." Not as a question. "I don't know yet," Harry said honestly. "It might be completely in order. But I want to know." He picked up the legal text and turned to the section on Gringotts estate access. "I'm the primary beneficiary of the Potter estate. Even at age 7, even under the name James, the goblins should recognize the claim if I come with the right documentation and the right," he looked at Remus. "The will names you as secondary guardian. If you come with me as my guardian of record, they'll have to let us see the ledger." Remus looked at the will in his pocket, then at Harry, then at the general situation. "We're doing this today." "We're doing this today," Harry confirmed. "Before the hearing, while Dumbledore's position is uncertain and the estate is technically unmanaged. Once Sirius is out and takes custody, the estate reverts properly to him as primary guardian and the window closes." He paused. "Not that I think Sirius would try to hide anything. But I want to know what was there before anyone tidies it up." Remus said, "All right." He got to his feet with the slightly dazed quality of someone who has stopped being surprised by what Harry proposes and is simply adapting. "I'll need to change my robes." "There's a room 2 doors down," McGonagall said. She was already writing something, a note, Harry thought, or an authorization. She looked up. "I'll stay with the baby. Elspeth can help." She set her quill down and held out the note to Harry. "This is a letter of introduction on Hogwarts stationery, confirming that Remus Lupin is acting as guardian of record for James Potter, a ward of the school. It has my seal." She looked at Harry steadily. "The goblins may not care about Hogwarts stationery." "No," Harry agreed, taking the note. "But they care about blood claims. And I have one." McGonagall studied him for a moment. "You're very sure of yourself." "I know what I'm owed," Harry said. "That's not the same thing." She held his gaze for another moment. Then she nodded in a way that meant she decided to back him completely, and anyone who got in his way was going to have to deal with her as well. Harry went to get ready. Diagon Alley in November of 1981 was quieter than Harry had expected, and then he thought about it and understood. The war had just ended, 2 days ago, and the wizarding world was in a suspended state of people who have survived something and are not yet sure what surviving looks like. The shops were open but not festive. People on the street moved with a kind of careful brightness, smiling at strangers in the way people smile when they have recently remembered that strangers exist and are not necessarily threats. Someone had hung bunting outside the leaky cauldron. It looked slightly wind-beaten already, as if even the bunting wasn't sure the celebration had been properly earned. Harry walked through it all with his hands in his pockets and his eyes moving, absorbing everything. He had been here before only in the imagination, the place built from other people's descriptions and his own extrapolation, and the reality of it was more and less than he'd expected in different ways. More ordinary in its bones. More alive in its details. Remus walked beside him in clean robes, his hair brushed and his face composed, and Harry noticed the way people glanced at Remus with a kind of relieved recognition, a familiar face, someone who had survived, someone who was here, and Remus nodded at the people he knew and moved on without stopping, because they were here for something, and Harry's presence at his side gave him a purpose that overrode the weight of the street. Gringotts was exactly what it should be. Huge and white and slightly sinister, the marble stairs wide and cold in the November air, the bronze doors held open by goblins in their red and gold livery who looked at Harry and Remus with the particular expressionless attention that goblins gave everyone, which was the same look regardless of whether you were a first year with 2 galleons or a ministry official with a court order. Harry found this deeply reassuring. Inside, the hall was all vast echoing marble and golden light and the distant sound of carts on underground tracks. The tellers were behind their high counters doing the precise, rapid work of beings who take money extremely seriously and other things less so. Harry walked to the nearest desk. The goblin behind the counter had a long face and ink-stained fingers and looked at Harry the way goblins looked at children, which was to say he looked at him as he would look at any client and made no adjustment whatsoever for age. "I'm here to review the Potter estate ledger," Harry said. "My name is James Potter. I'm the grandson of Fleamont Potter and a blood relative of the primary beneficiary of the estate. I have documentation." He set McGonagall's letter on the counter. Then he reached under his jumper and set the time turner beside it. "And I have this, which I believe your acquisitions department will recognize as the property of one Alara Voss, deceased, whose estate was processed through Gringotts in 1975 and whose account I'd like to cross-reference." The goblin looked at the letter. Looked at the time turner. Looked at Harry. "Wait," the goblin said. Harry waited. Remus stood beside him and said nothing, which was exactly right. The goblin disappeared through a side door and returned 2 minutes later with a different goblin, older, with the particular stillness of a senior Gringotts official who has not been surprised by anything in about 60 years and is not planning to start now. This goblin looked at the time turner with an expression that did not change but which contained, Harry thought, a flicker of recognition. "Ragnuk," said the older goblin. "Assistant Director of Estate Management." He looked at Harry. "You said Alara Voss. I found this in a property that Gringotts can verify passed through your acquisitions chain," Harry said. "I'm not claiming ownership, I'm flagging it as estate property so that the chain of custody is documented and I am not held liable for possessing a time turner without ministry registration." He met Ragnuk's eyes. "I'm 7. I'd rather not explain a ministry-registered device to the Department of Mysteries." This seemed cleaner. Ragnuk looked at him for a very long moment. Then something in his face shifted fractionally, not warmth exactly, goblins not running particularly warm, but something like the acknowledgement one party gives another party who has come to the table with a sensible proposal. "The time turner will be held in escrow," Ragnuk said. "Pending documentation review. In the interim, it will be logged as in your keeping, Minor Ward Potter, under the protection of Gringotts Charter." He looked at Remus. "You are the acting guardian." "I am," Remus said. "Documentation." Remus produced the will. Ragnuk took it, read the relevant section with the speed of someone who reads legal documents for a living, and returned it without expression. "Follow me," Ragnuk said. They followed him through a door behind the counters and down a corridor that was narrower and less dramatic than the main hall, lined with filing cabinets of a size that suggested Gringotts' system of record-keeping valued thoroughness over elegance. The room at the end of the corridor was small and square with a single table, 2 chairs, and a lamp that gave off steady golden light. Ragnuk set a large leather-bound ledger on the table. It appeared from apparently nowhere with the smooth efficiency of summoned objects in the hands of someone who has done it thousands of times, and opened it to a marked page. "The Potter Estate Ledger," Ragnuk said. "Current holdings, transaction history, and signatory record. You have 20 minutes before I require the room." He paused at the door. "The page marked in red is the secondary signatory record. You may find it of interest." He left. Harry sat and pulled the ledger toward him. Remus sat beside him. The ledger was dense, columns of figures and dates and property listings and vault transactions that would have taken an hour to go through completely. Harry didn't try to read everything. He went straight to the red-marked page. The secondary signatory record was a list of every action taken on the estate by anyone who was not the primary beneficiary. Fleamont Potter had been primary until his death. Then Lily and James. Then, Harry scanned the transfer date, then the will had been filed and simultaneously the estate had been placed under a protective hold by the named guardian, which was documented here as Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, authorized under Ministry Provision 7, subsection 4, Guardian's discretion in cases of endangered minor. Harry read the transaction list. Most of it was straightforward. The vault had been maintained, the property holdings had been sustained, the Godric's Hollow deed had been put into protective trust pending reconstruction. All of this was in order. Then he found it. The third entry down, a transfer dated the 15th of November, 1981, 2 weeks after Harry's parents died, of 300 galleons from the Potter estate to an account listed simply as APWBD personal. Harry looked at it for a moment. He turned the page. There was another transfer. 15th of December. 200 galleons. Same destination. He turned the page again. Monthly. Every month. 300 galleons from the Potter estate to Dumbledore's personal account. Every month from November 1981. Harry sat with this for a while. He was not, he thought carefully, he was not going to jump to the worst conclusion. 300 galleons a month could be many things. It could be an administrative fee for managing the estate. It could be reimbursement for legitimate expenses. It could be completely explainable. It could also be a man quietly billing the estate of an orphan child for the service of placing that child in a cupboard. Harry took out a piece of parchment and a quill, he'd brought both, and copied down the dates and amounts and destination account number with careful, exact handwriting. He did this without commentary, without expression, just documenting. Remus watched him do it. Remus had gone very still beside him. "How much total?" Remus said quietly. Harry added it up. 12 months of 300 galleons for the 7 years since November 1981. That was 840 months, no, 84 months, 25,200 galleons. He wrote the total at the bottom of his parchment and circled it. "Over 25,000 galleons," he said. Remus said nothing. His expression was doing something that Harry decided not to read too carefully, because whatever Remus was feeling about Dumbledore right now was Remus's own business. Harry turned back to the ledger and kept going, because he was here and 20 minutes was 20 minutes. He found the property list, the Godric's Hollow deed, a property in Scotland that had belonged to James's mother, a small holding in Wiltshire that Harry didn't recognize, and a document vault in the lower levels of Gringotts that was listed as sealed, access restricted to primary heir upon majority. A document vault. Sealed. Harry looked up. "Can we see the document vault?" "It requires a blood key," Remus said, reading the ledger entry. "Primary heir only." "I'm the primary heir," Harry said. "You're 7. "I'm the primary heir who is 7. He looked at the door, then at the ledger. "The vault is sealed until majority under standard terms, which would be 17 in the wizarding world. But there's a provision." He'd read this in the legal text that morning, and he was grateful for it now, for emergency access by the primary heir in cases where the estate is under active legal review. "The hearing tomorrow qualifies." He stood up. "I want to ask Ragnuk." Remus looked at him with the expression he'd been developing over the past day, the one that was settling into a permanent feature of his interaction with Harry, the look of someone who keeps being surprised and has decided to just stop resisting the surprise and let it happen. "All right," he said. Ragnuk was not difficult about it. He was, in fact, entirely unbothered by the request, which Harry suspected meant either that he'd expected it or that goblins genuinely did not consider a 7-year-old in exceptional circumstances to be an unusual case. He produced a form, had Harry press his thumb to a small glass plate. "Blood verification," Ragnuk said, and the plate glowed briefly gold before going clear, and then led them down into the lower vaults on a cart that moved fast enough to make Remus grip the side. Harry enjoyed it. The document vault was smaller than the main vault, a room about the size of a wardrobe, lined with metal shelves. The shelves held boxes, each labeled in a cramped precise hand that Harry recognized immediately as his father's from the letter he'd seen in the will. He took the nearest box and opened it and found letters, dozens of them, tied with green ribbon, all from Lily to James during what appeared to be the summer after their 6th year, when they had evidently been separated and conducting what was clearly an extremely spirited correspondence about. Harry skimmed one. An argument about the ethics of transfiguration that had somehow evolved into declarations of affection so fierce they were almost aggressive. He set the box down. He picked up another one. This one had documents. Official ones. Vault authorizations, property deeds, an insurance policy on the Godric's Hollow house, and at the bottom of the box, a sealed envelope addressed in Lily's handwriting. Not to James. To Harry. Just Harry. In green ink. Harry looked at it for a long time. He put it in his inside pocket without opening it. Not here, not in a Gringotts document vault under time pressure with Remus watching. Later. Somewhere quiet. He worked through the rest of the boxes quickly and methodically, and found 3 things of immediate relevance. First, a letter from Lily to James dated October 1981, 3 weeks before they died, that referenced their concerns about someone in their inner circle and their decision to switch secret keepers, and named both Sirius and Peter explicitly in a way that was going to be very useful in front of Amelia Bones. Second, a property deed for the Godric's Hollow house that had a restoration clause explicitly stating that the house was to be maintained and eventually rebuilt for Harry's occupancy, signed by both James and Lily with the clear intention of it being his home. Third, a handwritten note that was not in an envelope, just folded, that said, in James's handwriting, "If you're reading this and we're not there, we're sorry. Be whoever you want to be. Don't let anyone tell you who that is." Harry folded that one too and put it with the letter. He took Lily's letter about the secret keeper. That was the one that mattered today. They were back in the main hall 25 minutes after they'd gone down, Ragnar escorting them with the smooth efficiency of someone who has accomplished what he set out to accomplish. At the counter Harry paused. "The secondary signatory transfers," Harry said. "The monthly 300 galleon withdrawals to the APWBD account. I'd like those flagged for review." He looked at Ragnar. "Not stopped. Flagged. I want a complete record of the total and the documentation authorizing each transfer available for retrieval by tomorrow afternoon." Ragnar looked at him. "Flagged," he said. "Please," Harry said. Ragnar made a note. "It will be available." Outside on the marble steps, the November afternoon was going grey at the edges, the sky pressing down toward dusk. Remus stopped at the top of the steps and looked out at Diagon Alley and then at Harry. "The transfers," Remus said. "I don't know what they are yet," Harry said. "They might have an explanation." "Do you think they have an explanation?" Harry was quiet for a moment. He thought about Dumbledore in the garden of number 4 in the early hours of the 1st of November, looking down at the baby in the basket with the expression that was grief and certainty in equal measure. He thought about the argument he'd overheard, and McGonagall's voice saying "I know you have," and the particular weight of that moment, which had always been about the baby but was also about something else, about the comfort of a plan, about the soothing quality of believing the thing you've arranged is the right thing, about how much easier it is to make a decision than to live inside the consequences of it. "I think," Harry said carefully, "that Dumbledore believes everything he does is in service of something larger. And I think that belief makes certain things invisible to him. Not malicious. Just invisible." He paused. "But invisible harm is still harm." Remus looked at him for a long moment. "When did you get this old?" "About 4 this morning," Harry said. "I was up with the baby." Remus laughed, a real one, surprised out of him, and Harry thought it was a good sound, warm and genuine, and that the world should have more of it. They walked back through Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron and Harry kept the letter against his chest, close to the time-turner's warmth, and thought about the hearing tomorrow. He went through it in his head the way he'd go through the list of chores on a Tuesday morning, methodically, start to finish, nothing skipped. Amelia Bones and the procedural failures. The wand examination request. The will. Lily's letter about the secret keeper. And if he could get Pettigrew there in person, if Remus could get him there without running, "Could you get him to the ministry tomorrow?" Harry said. "Not tonight. Tomorrow morning, before the hearing starts." Remus turned to look at him. They stepped through the leaky cauldron, the warmth and noise of the pub washing over them. It was busier than normal, the quiet celebration of the first day after a war, people who would not normally be drinking at 4 in the afternoon in a pub drinking at 4 in the afternoon in a pub because they were alive and intended to acknowledge it. "How?" Remus said. "You go tonight," Harry said. "Not to catch him. To make him panic." He moved through the pub toward the back door to the Muggle Street. "You show up at the Weasleys again, casual, another visit, you look at him. Just look at him. Long enough that he knows you found him. And then you leave." He pushed through the back door into the cold air of the Muggle Street. "He'll run. He'll want to run. But if you're there and you're clearly not alone, if he thinks there's someone waiting, he'll freeze. Peter doesn't run when he's not sure which direction is safe. He freezes." Remus looked at him. "And then? And then you have someone watching the house overnight. Someone he won't recognize." Harry thought. McGonagall. She can watch as a cat. Remus stared at him. You know about her animagus form. I worked it out. Harry shrugged. This morning. The cat on the wall opposite the Dursleys' house, with the geometric markings. Cats don't watch houses like that. He looked at Remus steadily. In the morning, you go in as yourself, and you have ministry officials ready outside. When he runs into the ministry. When they take him in his rat form and he transforms, he paused. He'll be in the ministry building. In front of witnesses. On the same morning as Sirius's hearing. Remus was quiet for a moment. That's either brilliant or insane, he said. Both are fine, Harry said. The important thing is that it works. They walked up the Muggle Street. The city around them was doing what cities did in the early dark of November, lights coming on in shop windows, people moving faster against the cold, a bus going by with its interior lit up like a moving room. Harry watched it pass. He had lived in a Muggle suburb for 6 years and he still found Muggle cities interesting in the way you find the details of a language you half speak interesting, familiar enough to navigate, foreign enough to notice. What's in the letter? Remus said. Harry looked at him. The one you put in your pocket, Remus said. In the vault. It's from my mother, Harry said. I haven't opened it yet. Remus was quiet for a moment. Are you going to? Tonight. Harry looked at the street ahead. In the room. When it's quiet. Remus nodded. He didn't say anything else about it, which Harry appreciated. He just walked alongside him in the cold and didn't push, and that was exactly right. Back at the castle, McGonagall was in her office with the baby on her knee and an expression of moderate exasperation that softened when they came through the flue. Harry laid the copy of the ledger transactions on her desk and watched her read it. Her expression didn't change. Her jaw tightened fractionally. I see, she said. I flagged it for review, Harry said. Ragnarok will have a full accounting by tomorrow. I'm not taking it to the hearing, it's not relevant to Sirius. But after. He looked at her. After the hearing, I'm going to have a conversation with Dumbledore. McGonagall looked at him. Yes, she said. I imagine you will. Harry gave her the plan for Pettigrew and watched her reaction. She processed it, asked 2 precise questions about timing and exit points, made one suggestion about how to ensure the ministry officials were in place without tipping off Pettigrew's instincts, a valid point. Harry accepted it, and then said she'd leave for Somerset at midnight. You've done this before, Harry said. Surveillance? I was in the Order of the Phoenix for 2 years, McGonagall said, with the crisp matter-of-factness of someone mentioning a previous job. And I am a cat, as you apparently know. Sit down and eat something. You're going to have a long morning tomorrow. Harry ate. He spent the evening going over his arguments for the hearing one more time, with Remus reading opposite, both of them occasionally pointing things out, and Harry found that working with Remus was easy. They thought in compatible ways, both of them more interested in what was accurate than what was comfortable, and when they disagreed quickly and moved on. After Remus went to his own room, McGonagall had given him the room next to Harry's. Harry sat by the fire in the small bedroom and took the letter out of his pocket. It was sealed with green wax. His name on the front in his mother's handwriting. He held it for a while. Then he opened it. Dear Harry, if you're reading this, we're gone, which means the thing we've been afraid of happened. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you're reading this. There are things I need you to know. The first is that we chose this. Not dying, we didn't choose that, but the life that led to it. We chose to fight and to love people fiercely and to believe that it mattered, and it did, and none of that was your fault or your burden to carry. You were the best thing we ever did. You are not a reason we died. We would do it again. The second thing is about Peter. I'm writing this because I'm afraid. I've felt something wrong for weeks and I think it's coming from inside our circle and I've been through it and I keep coming back to Peter, and I don't want to believe it but I can't stop believing it. I don't have proof. I have instinct and 6 weeks of wrongness. If something happens and it comes out that we were betrayed, please, look at Peter before you believe anything else. The third thing is simpler. You are a Potter and a son of James and Lily Potter, and you are loved so completely that this letter feels inadequate, but words are all I have left to send you. Use them. I love you. We both do. Mum. Harry sat with the letter for a long time. Outside, the castle was very quiet. Somewhere below, the baby slept. He folded the letter carefully and put it with his father's note, both of them together in his inside pocket, close to where the time turner had been. He was not going to cry about it tonight. He was going to read it again tomorrow and the day after that and probably many times after that, and whatever needed to come out would come out eventually. Tonight there was a hearing in the morning and a plan for Peter Pettigrew and Sirius Black in a ministry cell, not knowing any of it. Harry turned off the lamp. One thing, then the next. Chapter 5, The Trial That Never Was. Harry woke at 5 in the morning to the sound of rain and the particular quality of silence that meant the baby was still asleep and he had a few minutes before the day began properly. He lay on his back and stared at the ceiling and went through the hearing in his head one more time. Not the arguments, he knew the arguments, but the people. The room. The way power moved in a formal setting and the specific leverage points where a well-placed word could shift the entire weight of a proceeding. He had never been to a Wiesengemot hearing. He had never been to any kind of court proceeding. What he knew came from the legal texts and from reading people, and people in formal settings were still people, still operating on the same machinery of pride and fear and self-interest, just wearing better robes. He got up, dressed, checked on the baby, still sleeping, thumb in mouth, entirely unconcerned with the architecture of justice, and went to find McGonagall. She was already back. She was in her office in her teaching robes with a cup of tea going cold on the desk and the particular alertness of someone who has not slept but has accomplished something. She looked at Harry when he came in and said, "He's there. He was there all night. He knows I was watching." He kept going still and then moving again, the way they do when they're not sure whether to bolt. She paused. "Remus is already in Somerset. I sent him a Patronus at 4. And the ministry officials? Dumbledore arranged it at 11:30 last night." Her mouth pressed. "He was cooperative. He has been, cooperative." She said it in the way of someone who has not yet decided what to do with a person who is doing the right thing after having done the wrong thing for a long time. 2 Aurors outside the Weasley property, under disillusionment charms. If something comes out of that house that is not human, they take it. Good. Harry sat down. The baby monitor charm McGonagall had put on the guest room, a small glowing dot on her desk that turned amber if the baby cried, stayed green. "When does the hearing start?" 10 o'clock. She pushed a piece of parchment across the desk. "The official summons. I had it redirected here, Dumbledore arranged that as well." She watched Harry pick it up and read it. "He is trying, Harry." "I know," Harry said. "That matters to you? That he's trying?" Harry set the parchment down. "It matters in the sense that it makes him useful," he said. "Whether it matters to me personally is a different question and I haven't decided yet." McGonagall looked at him for a moment. "Fair," she said. Remus arrived at 7:30 with mud on his boots again. He seemed to have a talent for collecting mud, and a look on his face that was tightly controlled and slightly electric, the look of someone standing very close to something enormous. "He's agitated," Remus said, sitting down and wrapping both hands around a fresh cup of tea. "He knows something's happening. He's been small all night, didn't transform, didn't move, but I could see his sides going fast. He's terrified." "Good," Harry said. "Terrified animals do predictable things. He'll run the moment I walk in. Can you get into the house first? Before he sees you? Far enough in that he has to go past you to reach the door?" Remus thought about it. "Arthur will let me in. He's been kind. He keeps checking on me. Something moved across his face. "I'll ask to come in for tea." "Get past the kitchen threshold. Peter's on the shelf near the door, he'll be between me and the exit." He paused. "He'll go for the window." "The Aurors can cover the window," Harry said. He looked at the clock on McGonagall's wall. 2 hours. "Can you get back to Somerset and do this in 2 hours? If I leave now." "Leave now." Remus stood up. He put the tea down still half full, which said something about the state of him. He looked at Harry and then, briefly, at the glowing green dot on McGonagall's desk. "If this works," he said. "It'll work," Harry said. "And then you can deal with Pettigrew properly. After." Something cold moved through Remus's eyes at the word properly. Harry held his gaze. "Legally," Harry said. "Not because I care what happens to Peter, but because we need him in one piece in front of Amelia Bones before anything else." "And after Amelia Bones," Remus said. "After Amelia Bones, Azkaban will have a vacancy and he can fill it," Harry said. "That's proper enough." Remus left through the flue and Harry turned back to McGonagall and said, "I need robes." She looked at him, at the oversized Muggle jumper, the too big trousers, the taped glasses. "Yes," she said, with some feeling. "You do." She took him down 2 corridors to a storeroom that turned out to be considerably more interesting than its name suggested, the kind of storage that accumulates in an institution over centuries, half forgotten and occasionally astonishing. McGonagall located a set of school robes that were too large but could be adjusted, performed 3 quick tailoring charms with the efficiency of long practice, and produced from a separate shelf a pair of glasses that she had, apparently, acquired from the school nurse's supply cabinet. "These were a spare set," she said. "The prescription won't be exact, but they'll be better than sticking plaster." Harry put them on. The world sharpened. He stood a bit straighter without meaning to. "Better," McGonagall said. He looked in the small mirror on the back of the storeroom door. The robes were plain and dark and fit properly and the glasses were round-framed and clear. He looked like someone who belonged somewhere, which was a sensation he had almost no experience with and which he filed carefully for future reference. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me," she said. "Just be as sharp in that room as you've been all week." They ate breakfast. The baby woke up and Elspeth the house elf appeared with cheerful efficiency and took over, which Harry was grateful for because he was focused on going through the order of arguments one more time and the baby kept trying to pull his parchment off the table. At 9 o'clock, Dumbledore arrived through the flue. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who had slept poorly and spent the sleepless hours thinking. He was in his formal robes, deep blue with silver at the collar, and he looked at Harry when he came in with an expression that had something cautious in it, the expression of a man who has learned in the past 3 days to approach this particular 7-year-old with less certainty than he brings to most things. "Ready?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes," Harry said. "Have you heard from the Ministry about Pettigrew?" "Not yet. The operation will have just begun." Dumbledore looked at the fire. "If Remus is successful, he will be." Harry gathered his parchments. "When Pettigrew arrives, I need him brought directly to the hearing room. Not processed. Not held separately. Directly to the room, in front of Amelia Bones, before he has time to construct a story. That is irregular. So is sending a man to Azkaban without a trial," Harry said pleasantly. A pause. "Directly to the room," Dumbledore agreed. They fled to the Ministry. The Ministry of Magic in November 1981 was a building in transition. The war had ended 2 days ago and the building knew it. There was an energy to the corridors that was halfway between celebration and shell shock, people moving with the uncertain brightness of the Diagon Alley crowd, the administrative machinery grinding back toward normal function while the people inside it were still working out what normal was going to look like now. The atrium was hung with banners that said victory in gold letters that hadn't been taken down yet and looked slightly embarrassed about it. Harry walked through it beside Dumbledore and noticed everything. The Aurors who stood straighter when they saw Dumbledore. The administrative witches who glanced at Harry with mild confusion before their eyes moved on. The general texture of a building that was powerful and slightly exhausted and would, Harry thought, not cope particularly well with being surprised. Good. He planned to be surprising. The hearing room was on the second level. It was smaller than Harry had expected, a circular room with tiered seating around the edges and a chair in the center that had, with a quality Harry found darkly interesting, chains built into the armrests. The chains were not engaged. The chair held Sirius Black. Harry had known, in the abstract, that Sirius would be there. He had been thinking about this moment since McGonagall's office 3 days ago, had been preparing for it, had built up a reasonable picture of what to expect. None of that preparation, it turned out, was adequate preparation for the reality of it. Sirius Black was 21 years old. He was tall, or he had been, he was sitting in the chair, and even sitting there was something about the frame of him that said tall, once, that said physical and alive, but both of those things were currently buried under 3 days of ministry holding, which had clearly not been comfortable. His face was unshaven and his dark hair was unwashed, and his eyes, gray, very pale, the color of winter sky, were moving around the room with the rapid, compulsive alertness of someone who has spent 3 days not knowing what is going to happen next and has not stopped expecting the worst. He looked at Dumbledore when they came in. His jaw tightened. Then he looked at Harry. The rapid alertness paused. He looked at Harry for a long moment, at the dark hair and the round glasses and the age of him, and Harry watched the calculation happen, watched it land, watched Sirius's face do something complicated and unguarded that was gone before it fully formed. "You must be Harry," Sirius said. His voice was rougher than Harry had expected. But there was something in it, even 3 days in a ministry holding cell, even with everything that had happened, that was still dry, still had the ghost of something wry in it, the way certain people carry their personality in their voice and hold on to it even when everything else is being stripped away. "I'm James, officially," Harry said, because now was not the time for the full explanation. "But yes." Sirius looked at him. Something moved across his face, not the complicated thing from before, something quieter. "You look like your father," he said. "I've been told." He'd have, Sirius stopped. The sentence clearly had a destination that was too large for this room right now. He looked at Dumbledore instead, and the dryness in his voice gave way to something considerably colder. "Albus." "Sirius," Dumbledore said quietly. "Am I getting a trial today?" "You are," Dumbledore said. "An emergency procedural review, which amounts to the same thing." 3 days, Sirius said. 3 days and no one told me anything. I asked for a lawyer, they said there was no lawyer on file. I asked for a Patronus to be sent, they said. He stopped. His hands were flat on the armrests. I kept thinking about Harry. Where he was. Whether anyone had. He stopped again and looked at Harry and seemed to answer his own question. "He's at Hogwarts," Harry said. "McGonagall has him. He's fine." The hands on the armrests went slightly less rigid. The room was filling up. Harry had not paid enough attention to the seating while he'd been focused on Sirius, and he turned now to look at who was coming in. There were 5 Wisengamot members in plum robes taking seats on the left tier, not the full Wisengamot. This was an emergency review, a smaller quorum. There was a ministry official Harry didn't recognize in the corner with a quick quotes quill hovering beside him, logging. There was a woman who came in last and went to the central raised position across from the chair, compact, precise, with short gray hair and steady dark eyes and the bearing of someone who has spent a career making decisions she is prepared to be accountable for. Amelia Bones looked around the room once, briefly. She looked at Dumbledore and gave him a short nod. She looked at Harry with a fractional pause, the way you pause when something is unexpected, and then moved on. She looked at Sirius with an expression that was not sympathetic but was, Harry thought, scrupulously fair, the look of someone who has not yet decided and intends to decide on the evidence. "Good. We are here for an emergency procedural review," Amelia Bones said, and her voice was medium volume and completely authoritative, the voice of someone who has never needed to raise it. Case reference 1781, B. Black, Sirius Orion, arrested 2nd of November 1981 on charges of, she looked at the parchment in front of her, murder of 12 muggles and 1 wizard, conspiracy with he who must not be named, and betrayal of a Fidelius charm. She looked up. The review has been called on grounds of procedural irregularity. I'm told there is new evidence. Let's see it. Dumbledore began. He was good at this. Harry had expected that, had in fact counted on it, the way he moved through the case with the gravity and authority of someone whose credibility in this room was almost architectural. He laid out the procedural failures without drama, no formal trial, no wand examination, irregular transfer authorization, insufficient time for legal representation. He cited the specific ministry statutes that had been bypassed. He was thorough and precise, and he spoke with the tone of a man who is not here to attack anyone, just to ensure the process was complete. The 5 Wisengamot members listened. 2 of them were frowning. Not at Dumbledore, at the record. Then Amelia Bones said, "You said there was new evidence. Not just procedural failures." Harry stood up. Several people in the room looked at him with varying degrees of surprise. One of the Wisengamot members made a sound that was clearly the beginning of an objection about a child being present in a formal proceeding. "I have a letter," Harry said, "from Lily Potter, written 3 weeks before her death, identifying her suspicion that Peter Pettigrew was acting against the Order of the Phoenix. I have the Potter will, which names Sirius Black as primary guardian and which was sealed under Dumbledore's authority, preventing its evidence from being considered at the time of the arrest. And I have a request for prior incantato examination of Sirius Black's wand, which is currently logged in evidence and has never been examined." He paused. "I also have, or will shortly have, Peter Pettigrew." Silence. "Peter Pettigrew is dead," said one of the Wisengamot members. "No," Harry said. "He's not." He looked at Amelia Bones directly. "He faked his death. He's an unregistered animagus, he can transform into a rat. He cut off his own finger before transforming, left it at the scene, and disappeared. He's been hiding in Somerset for 3 days. He let that sit. There are 2 Aurors outside his current location as of this morning. I expect him to arrive in this building in the next," he checked the clock on the wall, 20 minutes. The room had gone very quiet in a way that was entirely different from the usual ministry quiet. This was the quiet of people who are recalculating very rapidly. Amelia Bones looked at Harry for a long moment. She looked at the letter, which he had set on the table. She looked at Sirius in the chair. She looked at Dumbledore. "Prior incantato," she said to the ministry official in the corner. "I want the wand from evidence now." The official left. Fast. Amelia turned back to Harry. "The letter," she said. Harry brought it to her. She read it without expression, and Harry watched her eyes move down the page, and he watched the particular quality of her stillness when she reached the lines about Peter. She read it twice. Then she set it down and looked at Dumbledore. "The will," she said. Dumbledore brought it forward and set it beside the letter. She read the relevant section. Her expression remained neutral, but Harry had been watching people carefully enough for long enough to see the thing that moved through her eyes when she reached the section naming Sirius as primary guardian, the specific calculation of someone determining what was done and what can be done about it. The ministry official came back with a wand in an evidence bag. He gave it to Amelia. She cast prior incantato herself, which Harry had half expected and fully appreciated. She was the kind of person who did not delegate the things that mattered. The wand produced a ghost image. Harry could not see it from where he stood, but he watched Amelia's face, and that was enough. "The last spell cast on this wand," she said, "was a stunning charm." She looked at Sirius. "Not an explosive curse." Sirius said nothing. His eyes were fixed on some middle distance, the look of someone who has been saying the same thing for 3 days into a silence that suddenly, incomprehensibly, seems to be breaking open. He was trying to stun Peter, Harry said. Not kill him. When Peter blew up the street and ran, Sirius was already casting. The stun missed. That's what's on the wand. Amelia looked at him. You know a great deal about the events of that night for someone who was, she paused, looking at him, visibly calculating his age, not yet 2 years old. I've been thinking about it for a long time, Harry said. Which was true, in its way. The door opened. Remus came through it, and behind him, held by 2 Aurors in their red robes, was a small, pale, sweating man with thin hair and watery eyes and the look of someone who has been running from something for 3 days and has just run out of places to run. His right hand had a missing finger. He was shaking. His eyes went around the room with a rapid, frantic quality, and when they landed on Sirius in the chair they froze. Sirius looked at Peter Pettigrew. It was a long moment. Harry watched it happen. Something in Sirius's face went very still, not blank, not cold, the stillness of something enormous being contained by an act of will that was almost visible. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair. Hello, Peter, Sirius said. Pettigrew's mouth opened. Nothing came out. You are Peter Pettigrew, Amelia Bones said, with the tone of someone confirming an address rather than identifying a dead man. Reported deceased as of the 2nd of November, 1981. Pettigrew's voice was reedy and high and trembling. I can explain, I expect you can, Amelia said. Sit down. One of the Aurors put him in a second chair that had been summoned near the edge of the room, a plain one without chains, which Harry thought was an oversight but not his problem right now. Veritaserum, Amelia said to the official. No, said Pettigrew, very quickly. No, I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. You don't need, Veritaserum, Amelia said again, calmly. The Veritaserum took 4 minutes to arrive and 2 seconds to administer. Peter Pettigrew sat in his chair under the influence of it with his eyes gone slightly glassy and his shoulders dropped in the specific quality of someone who has just had the option of lying removed and finds themselves with nothing left but the truth. Amelia asked the questions. She was precise and relentless in the way of someone who has done this before and knows which threads to pull. Harry stood to the side and listened and watched and noted, and what came out in the next 15 minutes was everything: the approach by Voldemort's agents, the fear, the agreement, the switch of the secret keeper, the information given, James and Lily's location, the knowledge that they would die. It came out in Pettigrew's flat, Veritaserum voice without flourish or excuse, each answer arriving as its own quiet devastation. Sirius sat through it without moving. When Amelia asked, did Sirius Black betray the Potters to he who must not be named? And Pettigrew said, in his flat truth voice, no, the room exhaled. Not dramatically. Not all at once. It was more like a collective release of a breath that had been held for 3 days, something in the air of the room shifting its weight from one side to the other, the balance of a wrong thing beginning to correct itself. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius's eyes were closed. His hands, still on the armrests, had gone loose. He sat like that for a moment, eyes closed, hands loose, and Harry looked at the ceiling of the hearing room and let him have it. The deliberation did not take long. Amelia Bones conferred with the 5 Wisengamot members for 9 minutes, which Harry spent standing very still and watching the clock. Then she returned to the central position and looked at Sirius. The evidence presented in this emergency review demonstrates systematic procedural failure in your arrest and detention, she said. The absence of trial, the lack of wand examination, and the newly presented testimony of Peter Pettigrew under Veritaserum constitute sufficient grounds for the immediate dismissal of all charges. She paused. Sirius Orain Black, you are hereby released from ministry custody. A formal apology from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will follow in writing. She looked at the Aurors. Remove the chains. The chains weren't engaged. There was nothing to remove. But one of the Aurors touched Sirius's shoulder briefly, which Harry thought was its own kind of acknowledgement. Sirius opened his eyes. He looked at Harry first. Then at Remus, who had moved to stand beside Harry at some point during the proceedings. Then at Dumbledore, who was standing at the back of the room with an expression that Harry did not look away from. He wanted to see it, wanted to see what Dumbledore looked like in the moment of confronting what his choices had cost, and what he saw was not comfortable to look at, but it was honest, which was perhaps all that could be asked of it. Sirius stood up from the chair. He was tall. Harry had been right about that. When he stood up there was the frame of what he would be when he recovered from 3 days of ministry holding in God knows what before it, and it was substantial. He looked at Harry from that height, and Harry looked back up at him. "You did this," Sirius said. "Not a question." "Mostly," Harry said. Remus found Peter. McGonagall managed the logistics. Dumbledore opened the doors. He paused. "But yes, mostly." Sirius looked at him for a long time. His grey eyes were doing several things at once, grief and disbelief and a particular warmth that was working through the wreckage of 3 days and finding its way to the surface anyway. He looked like a man who has been given something back that he had entirely stopped expecting to receive. "James would have," he started. "I know," Harry said. Sirius put his hand on top of Harry's head briefly. It was an impulsive gesture, the kind that said more than whatever sentence had been abandoned, and Harry let it land. "All right," Sirius said. He looked at Remus. Something passed between them that was too private and too full for words, and Harry looked away from it to give them space. He looked at Peter Pettigrew, still sitting in his chair, the Aurors on either side of him, his face slack with something that was not quite shame because Harry thought shame required a level of self-awareness that Peter Pettigrew had deliberately maintained a distance from. He just looked empty. Like a thing that had been used and set down. Harry felt nothing about this that surprised him. Amelia Bones was at his elbow. "The Time Turner," she said, quietly, so that only Harry could hear. "Gringotts notified us of the escrow arrangement this morning. I'd like to know more about that." Harry looked at her. She had the steady, sharp gaze of someone who is not going to be put off and is not particularly interested in being managed. "I'm 7, Harry said. "I'll tell you everything I know if you'll guarantee me that the conversation stays between us, you, and whoever you decide genuinely needs to know. Not the full ministry. Not the Department of Mysteries on a general brief." She held his gaze. "That depends on what you tell me." "Reasonable," Harry said. "I found it in a house in Surrey. It was left there by Ilara Voss in 1972. It has no cap on how far back it can travel. I used it once and I don't intend to use it again." He looked at her steadily. "I came from 1988. Sirius was in Azkaban. Harry, the baby, was in a cupboard. I came back to change it. That's all of it." Amelia Bones was quiet for a long moment. "The Department of Mysteries," she said slowly, "will want that device very badly." "They can want it," Harry said. "Gringotts has it in escrow under my name. They can't access it without my consent." "You are 7. I'm aware." He looked at her. "Are you going to fight me on this?" Another pause. Then she said, "Not today," and he thought that was probably the most useful answer she could have given, because not today was not a no and not a yes, and it meant she was thinking about it rather than acting on reflex, and Amelia Bones thinking carefully was much better than Amelia Bones acting quickly. "Thank you," he said. She looked at him for one more long moment. "You're going to be extraordinary trouble," she said, and her tone made it impossible to determine whether this was a complaint. "Probably," Harry said. "But I'll be the right kind." She went back to her desk. Harry turned and found Remus and Sirius standing together near the door, Remus talking quietly and Sirius listening with his head slightly bowed, the posture of someone receiving something they have needed for a long time. Harry moved toward them and stopped at a respectful distance and waited. After a minute, Sirius looked up and found him waiting, and something in his face cracked open in a way that he immediately tried to reassemble, not quite succeeding. "The baby," Sirius said. "Where, Hogwarts," Harry said. He's with McGonagall. He's been there since the first. He paused. He's got your nose. I don't know if that's relevant. Sirius laughed. It came out slightly broken, but it was a laugh, real and warm, and Remus pressed his mouth together and looked at the ceiling. Can we? Sirius started. Yes, Harry said. Let's go. He walked out of the hearing room ahead of both of them, into the ministry corridor with its victory banners and its shell-shocked buoyancy, and he thought about the conversation with Dumbledore that was coming, the ledger in his pocket, the 25,000 galleons and the sealed will and the years in the cupboard, and he thought about his mother's letter folded against his chest, and his father's note. Be whoever you want to be. Don't let anyone tell you who that is. He intended to hold them to that. He pushed through the ministry doors into the cold November afternoon, the city grey and bright around him, and Sirius and Remus came out behind him, and the three of them stood on the steps for a moment in the thin winter sun. What now? Sirius said. Hogwarts first, Harry said. There's someone you need to meet. He went down the steps and didn't look back at the ministry building, not because he was done with it, he was absolutely not done with it, he had about 14 more things to do in there over the coming months, but because right now the thing that mattered was the next step, and the step after that, and the family that was assembling itself behind him with all the unplanned inevitability of things that should always have been. Chapter 6. What was left of him? The Floo deposited them in McGonagall's office in a neat sequence, Harry first, then Remus, then Sirius, who came through last and immediately had to duck because he was taller than the average Floo user and the mantelpiece was not designed with him in mind. He straightened up, rubbing the back of his head, and looked around the office with the rapid visual sweep of someone cataloging a new environment. Then he saw the cot. It was still by the window, where it had been since the first night. The baby was awake, lying on his back, apparently conducting a serious investigation of his own feet, which he had recently discovered and found fascinating. McGonagall was at her desk, ostensibly marking something, though Harry noticed she had been watching the door. Sirius crossed the room in 4 steps. He dropped to his knees beside the cot without any of the caution or performance that adults usually brought to babies, the way people approached them like unexploded munitions. He just went straight down to the floor like that was the only logical place to be, and leaned over the edge of the cot, and the baby looked up at him. Harry watched. The baby reached up and grabbed Sirius's nose. Sirius made a sound that was not a laugh and not a sob and was entirely undignified and completely genuine, and he let the baby hold his nose, and the baby looked at him with those green eyes with the absolute seriousness of someone conducting important research. Hello, Sirius said, in a voice that was trying to be steady and wasn't quite managing it. Hello, Harry. The baby made a sound. Something conversational, a series of syllables that had no meaning yet but were delivered with full confidence. I know, Sirius said. I know. I'm sorry it took so long. McGonagall had set her quill down. Remus was standing just inside the door with his hands in his pockets and his eyes doing the thing they did when something was too large to look at directly, the sideways attention of someone who is present but giving space. Harry sat on the edge of his chair and looked at the fire and let the room do what it needed to do. It took a few minutes. Sirius stayed on the floor by the cot, talking to the baby in a low voice, and the baby held his finger and watched him with the serious contemplative gaze of someone who is deciding something. At some point McGonagall got up very quietly and came back with tea, setting cups on the desk with the minimum of noise, and this domestic precision in the middle of everything felt to Harry like a very McGonagall form of grace. Eventually Sirius sat back on his heels and looked at Remus. You found Pettigrew, Sirius said. Harry found Pettigrew, Remus said. I just went and confirmed. Sirius looked at Harry. Harry looked back. How? Sirius said. I knew where he'd hide, Harry said. It was logic. He needed cover, he needed information, he needed to stay near enough to know what was happening. The Weasleys made sense. You knew the Weasleys. I knew of them. Sirius was quiet for a moment, looking at Harry with an expression that was assembling itself from several components simultaneously, the strangeness of the situation, the debt of it, and something more personal that Harry hadn't entirely expected, a warmth that had nothing to do with obligation. "James used to do that," Sirius said. "Work things out from principles. He'd get this look, like he was following a thread that no one else could see, and then he'd just arrive somewhere and be right." He paused. "You've got it." Harry did not say anything. He looked at the fire again. "All right," Sirius said, getting to his feet with the slightly effortful quality of someone whose body has had 3 days of concrete floors. "What's the plan? What are we doing now?" "You're eating something," McGonagall said, with the tone that closed the conversation before it opened. "Sit down." Sirius opened his mouth. "Sit down, Sirius," Remus said, and something in his voice was so precisely Remus, the long-practiced patience of someone who has been saying "sit down, Sirius" since they were 11, that Sirius sat down. A flicker of something crossed his face at it, a recognition, and he looked at Remus for a moment with the slightly dazed quality of someone who is still putting together the fact that this person is in the room and alive and on his side. Elspeth appeared with food. Sirius ate with the focused efficiency of someone who has not eaten properly in 3 days and is not going to be precious about it. Harry ate too, because McGonagall was watching him in the peripheral way of someone who was not going to say anything but would notice if he didn't. "The will," Sirius said, between mouthfuls. Remus said, "Primary guardian," Harry said. "You and Remus, jointly. It's explicit." He paused. "Dumbledore had it sealed under a ministry provision. It's been unsealed since yesterday." Sirius looked at Dumbledore's empty chair. Dumbledore had not come through the Floo with them, had stayed at the ministry to deal with the Pettigrew formalities, and his expression went flat and specific. "We'll talk about that." "Yes," Harry said. "We will. But not today," Remus said. Sirius looked at him. "Not today," Remus repeated, firmly. "Today you eat and you sleep and you don't fall apart and we'll deal with everything else tomorrow." A pause. "I'm not going to fall apart," Sirius said. "Good. Then it won't be difficult." Remus picked up his tea. "Eat." The afternoon settled into something quieter. The baby slept again. McGonagall went back to remarking with the air of someone who has decided that the world can reconstruct itself around her desk and she will document it from here. Harry sat with the legal text and made notes about the next things: custody formalization, the Godric's hollow deed, the Gringotts ledger, the conversation with Dumbledore, and let the room be what it was. At some point he became aware that Sirius was watching him. He looked up. Sirius was leaning back in his chair with his arms folded, the food finished, the worst of the 3-day pallor beginning to recede as the warmth of the room and the food did their work. He looked less like a man who had been in a cell and more like a man who had been in a very bad week, which was progress. "You came back from when?" Sirius asked. 1988, Harry said. "November. 7 years." Sirius looked at the baby sleeping in the cot. "He was in the cupboard under the stairs," Harry said. "At Petunia and Vernon Dursley's house in Surrey." He said it without ceremony. Sirius's jaw tightened. "The Dursleys are Lily's sister's family." "Yes. Lily didn't," he stopped. "She and Petunia weren't, I know," Harry said. "It wasn't Lily's choice. It was Dumbledore's." Sirius looked at the fire. The jaw thing was happening again, the contained quality, the compression of something large and hot into something small and controlled. Harry recognized it as a serious black thing, the inverse of what everyone expected from him, which was apparently dramatic and loud. The things that mattered most to him went quiet. "What was it like?" Sirius said. "Very low." Harry considered the question. He thought about what Remus had asked, the same question essentially, and what he had said then, the reading by the hallway light, the arithmetic of the cupboard, and whether to say the same things or different ones. "Small," he said finally. It was very small. And quiet in a way that wasn't peaceful, quiet like you've been told not to make noise, and you learn to stay that way because it's easier. He paused. I didn't know what I was missing. That made it better and worse at the same time. Sirius said nothing for a moment. Then, I was going to, when I realized what Peter had done, I was going to find him and kill him. That was the plan. Not or justice. I was going to kill him. He looked at his hands. I didn't get the chance. I know, Harry said. Probably better that you didn't. Probably, Sirius said, in the tone of someone who is not entirely persuaded. He's going to Azkaban, Harry said. That's worse than anything you'd have done. And it's clean. He looked at Sirius. You needed to be clean. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. You sound like Dumbledore, he said. The useful version. Harry considered this. I'll take that, he said. As long as the useful part is the point. Sirius almost smiled. The evening came in. McGonagall conjured more food and they ate at the desk, the four of them, Harry, Sirius, Remus, McGonagall, with the baby in the cot nearby making occasional sounds and the fire going steadily, and it was strange and it was also simple, the way things become simple when the complicated part has been resolved and what's left is just the fact of being in the same room. Sirius talked about James. Not deliberately, not as a eulogizing, he started telling a story about something that had happened in 5th year, some prank that had involved a transfiguration classroom and a herd of conjured badgers, and Harry listened and Remus interjected twice with corrections that Sirius argued about with the automatic ease of people who have argued about the same things enough times for the argument itself to become a form of affection, and it was the first time since Harry had arrived in 1981 that the past felt like something with texture and warmth rather than a landscape he'd been studying for strategic purposes. He could see why McGonagall had said Sirius used to take up space. Even reduced by 3 bad days, even with the grief still present and the anger still present and everything that the next weeks were going to require, he was vivid. He argued with more commitment than the topic warranted. He looked at things, at Harry, at the baby, at Remus, with an attention that was total and unguarded, the look of someone who loves people the way some people love problems, completely and without reserve. Harry thought about spending 17 years afraid of a man like this being in his life. He thought about Azkaban doing what Azkaban did, which was take people who were vivid and reduce them until they were the color of the walls. He thought about the version of Sirius he had briefly known in the original timeline, the gaunt, haunted version, brilliant and erratic and running on the fumes of who he'd been. He thought, not this time. Later, when Remus and Sirius had been given rooms in the guest corridor and the baby had been settled and the castle had gone fully dark and quiet, Harry was still awake. Not because he couldn't sleep, he was tired enough to sleep on the stone floor, but because there was a thought that had been circling all evening that he needed to sit with for a while before he could set it down. He had come back to stop Dumbledore from leaving him at the Dursleys. He had done that. He had also freed Sirius, secured the will, found Pettigrew, documented the estate irregularities, and assembled the beginning of a family around the baby in the cot. He had done everything he had come back to do. The question that was circling was, what now? He was 7 years old and nominally named James Potter and living in McGonagall's guest corridor at Hogwarts while Sirius and Remus figured out where they were going to live and established legal custody of the baby. In 4 years, the baby would start at Hogwarts. Quirrell was already teaching here, probably, he'd need to check, and Voldemort was already looking for a way back, and there were things in the future that Harry had partial knowledge of and would need to decide whether to act on or let unfold. He had never planned past the hearing. The hearing had been the horizon and he had focused on it and reached it and now there was more horizon. He thought about this for a while and decided that it was not a bad problem. It was just a problem he hadn't had before. He heard footsteps in the corridor. Not McGonagall's, too heavy and too irregular, the footsteps of someone who is not walking somewhere purposeful but is walking because they cannot stay still. Harry recognized this pattern from the Dursleys, from the nights Vernon paced the kitchen after a bad day at work, except that Vernon's pacing had an anger to it that you could feel through the floor. These footsteps had a different quality. Restless but not angry. Searching. He got up, wrapped the blanket around his shoulders, and opened his door. Sirius was in the corridor. He was in borrowed pajamas that were slightly too short, Remus's, probably, and his hair was loose and he was leaning against the stone wall with his arms folded and his head back and his eyes on the ceiling in the way of someone who has been trying to sleep and has discovered that sleep is not currently available. He looked at Harry without surprise. "Can't sleep either," he said. "I was thinking," Harry said. "About what? What comes next?" Harry leaned in the doorway. "You and Remus need somewhere to live. The baby needs to be formalized, custody papers, registration. Godric's Hollow needs to be assessed. And there are things, I know things about the next few years that I need to decide how much to tell you." Sirius looked at him. "Future things." "Yes." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Tell me the important ones." Harry thought about where to start. There was Voldemort, obviously, the fragmented non-corporeal presence of him, still in the world, still looking for a way back, currently using Quirrell as a host and already making his way toward Hogwarts and the Philosopher's Stone. That was the most immediate. There was the Philosopher's Stone itself, in Gringotts right now, soon to be moved to Hogwarts at Dumbledore's request. There was the whole architecture of Voldemort's return, the diary Horcrux in Malfoy's possession, the other Horcruxes scattered across Britain, and Harry knew some of this and not all of it, and what he knew was incomplete but still more than anyone else had. "Voldemort isn't gone," Harry said. "Not completely. He survived the curse that night, reduced, non-corporeal, but present. He's been looking for a way back since 1981. Right now he's using a Hogwarts professor as a host." He watched Sirius's face process this. "Professor Quirrell. Defense against the dark arts." Sirius's expression went through surprise and then something cold and focused. "Here. At Hogwarts. He's looking for the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said. "Nicholas Flamel's stone, which Dumbledore is planning to move to Hogwarts for safekeeping sometime in the next few months. Voldemort wants it because it can give him back a physical body." He paused. In the original timeline Harry found all this out in his first year. At 11. Mostly by accident. Sirius looked at the ceiling again. "Right," he said. "I know it's a lot. It's an enormous amount." He looked at Harry. "How much of this does Dumbledore know?" "Some of it. Not all of it." Harry paused. He knew about Voldemort surviving. He's been expecting him to try to return. "I don't think he knows about Quirrell yet. Quirrell came back from a trip to Albania last year, which is where Voldemort's been hiding. He came back different and no one paid enough attention to how different." "We can fix that," Sirius said. "Quirrell's a problem we can fix." He pushed off the wall and stood up straight. Something had come into his face, purpose, the sharp-edged clarity of someone who has been given something to do and is relieved to have it. "I can go to Dumbledore. We've got the conversation about the estate coming anyway, we deal with all of it at once. Quirrell, the stone, the will, the galleons." He looked at Harry. "Is there more?" "Quite a bit more," Harry said. "But most of it is further off and some of it might not happen the same way now that everything is different." "Tell me anyway." Harry told him. He talked for 20 minutes in the dark corridor with the castle quiet around them, laying it out in the same methodical way he laid out everything, Horcruxes, Malfoy's possession of the diary, Voldemort's various routes back, the Death Eaters still walking free in polite society. He told it without drama, without the crushing weight of prophecy, just as information. "Here is what I know, here is what I think we can do about it." Sirius listened. He did not interrupt. He asked 3 questions, precise, strategic ones, and nodded at the answers and did not argue about the magnitude of any of it, which Harry had half expected and which did not happen. He just absorbed it and turned it over and arrived, at the end of 20 minutes, at the same place Harry had arrived, a list. Things to address, in order of urgency, with a plan for each one. Quirrell first, Sirius said. Tonight or tomorrow? Tomorrow, Harry said. You need to sleep. Sirius looked at him sidelong. You're 7. I'm aware. Why do I feel like you've been telling people what to do for considerably longer than that? Harry considered. I've been looking after myself since I could reach the cooker, he said. It generalizes. Something moved across Sirius's face, the contained thing, the quiet version of the large feelings. He looked at Harry for a long moment. I'm going to fix that, he said. I know the past isn't undoable, and I know you're not fragile, you clearly don't need anyone to fix anything, but I'm going to, he stopped. I'm going to be there. Whatever that means for a 7-year-old who can apparently restructure timelines before breakfast. Harry looked at him. The corridor was dim, the torches burned low in their brackets, and Sirius was tall and tired and still finding his feet after 3 days in a cell and a grief that hadn't finished yet, and he was saying this with the full-body sincerity of someone who does not make promises they don't intend to keep. Harry thought about what he had said to McGonagall the first night, found family versus blood family. He thought about what he had understood at 7 years old in a cupboard, which was that being related to people does not make them yours and not being related to people does not mean they can't be. All right, he said. It was not nothing, that word. It was quite a lot, actually. Sirius nodded. He pushed back off the wall. Sleep, he said. You told me to sleep and you're still in the corridor. I was in my doorway, Harry said. That's different. Go to bed, Harry. Harry went to bed. He lay in the dark for a while and thought about the conversation, and about what came next, and about the long strange week that had begun in a cupboard with a loose floorboard and a 7-year-old who had decided that the arrangement of his life was unacceptable. He thought about Quirrell and the stone, and about the Malfoy diary, and about the larger architecture of what Voldemort had left in the world. He thought about the conversation with Dumbledore, which was coming and would be difficult and necessary and perhaps the beginning of something that was neither friendship nor enmity but something more useful than either. He thought about the letter in his inside pocket, folded against his chest. He fell asleep. In the morning everything was different, in the way mornings are different when the previous day has been a kind of ending and the new day is something else entirely. Sirius was already up when Harry came out of his room, dressed in Remus's second-best robes with his hair tied back and an expression that was alert and purpose-driven and looked like someone who had been lying awake thinking rather than lying awake suffering, which was a different thing and a better one. He had the baby. He was walking up and down the corridor with the baby on his shoulder, talking to him about something, and the baby was gripping his collar and looking around at the stone corridor with enormous interested eyes. Remus came out of his room a minute later, looked at Sirius, and said, "You're going to spoil him." "Obviously," Sirius said, without guilt. "He's 1 year old. And already clearly smarter than everyone else I know." He looked at Harry. "Except possibly you." Remus looked at Harry. "How long was he up last night?" "I'm not his keeper," Harry said. "You absolutely are," Remus said. "How long?" "We talked for 20 minutes. Then we both went to bed." Remus accepted this. He looked at Sirius. "Quirrell today." "Quirrell today," Sirius agreed. "And Dumbledore." "And the estate." "And the estate." Sirius shifted the baby to a more comfortable position. "And then we need to go to Godric's Hollow." He said it simply, without ceremony, but something in the simplicity of it was its own weight. "I need to see it. I need to see what's left." Remus nodded. "This afternoon," he said. "After everything else." They found McGonagall in her office with Dumbledore already there, which meant Dumbledore had either come early or had never left, and from the look of the fireplace, cold ash, fresh kindling, suggesting a long night and a new morning, Harry thought the latter. Dumbledore looked tired. Not the performance of tiredness that powerful people sometimes use to seem more relatable, but genuine tiredness, the kind that comes from sitting with difficult things for a long time without finding a way to put them down. He looked at Sirius when they came in, and the expression on his face was the most unguarded Harry had seen from him, stripped of the usual composed beneficence, just the face of a man confronting the cost of his decisions in the form of a person he cared about. Sirius looked at him. "Albus," he said. "Sirius." Dumbledore paused. "I owe you, yes," Sirius said. "You do." He said it without heat, which was somehow heavier than anger would have been. "But let's deal with the immediate things first. Sit down." Dumbledore sat. It was notable, Harry thought, that Sirius had told Dumbledore to sit down in Dumbledore's own school, and Dumbledore had sat down without comment. The balance of the room had shifted, and everyone in it felt it. Harry set the Gringotts ledger copy on the desk. Dumbledore looked at it. "The transfers," Harry said. 300 galleons a month since November 1981. 25,200 galleons total, from the Potter estate to your personal account. He kept his voice even. "I'd like an explanation." The room was very still. "It was an administrative fee," Dumbledore said. He said it immediately, which meant he'd anticipated the question, which meant he'd been thinking about it since Gringotts notified the ministry about the escrow. "For estate management. The provision under which I sealed the will included, the provision includes no such fee schedule," Harry said. He had checked this twice. Ministry Provision 7, subsection 4 makes no mention of administrative compensation for guardians. The compensation was entirely discretionary, and you awarded it to yourself. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. 25,000 galleons over 7 years, from the estate of a child you placed with Muggle relatives. He paused. "I want it returned." Silence. Sirius was looking at the ledger copy with an expression that was now cold in a way that was more dangerous than heat. "All of it," Sirius said. "Back into the estate vault." He looked at Dumbledore. "Today." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the ledger copy. He looked at Harry. He looked at his own hands. "Yes," he said. "The sealed will," Remus said, from the corner. "The custody provision." It sat sealed while Sirius was in Azkaban and Harry was with the Dursleys. "You had the authority to unseal it at any point." "I know," Dumbledore said. "Why didn't you?" A long pause. "I believed the blood protection was the priority. I convinced myself that the will's provisions were secondary to the protection." He looked at Remus, and the honesty in it was uncomfortable and complete. "I was wrong. I knew I was making a choice. I told myself it was the right one, and I did not look closely enough at what it was costing." The room absorbed this. Harry thought about whether this was enough. He thought about the letter in his pocket and his mother's voice saying we chose to fight, and his father's note saying be whoever you want to be, and he thought about what he actually wanted from Dumbledore, which was not punishment. Punishment was a backward-facing thing, it addressed what had been done but did nothing about what came next. What he wanted was something more useful. "Quirrell," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. "He's teaching defense against the dark arts right now," Harry said to Dumbledore. "He came back from Albania last summer. He's carrying Voldemort. You need to check him." He watched Dumbledore's face. "You suspected something was wrong with him. I think you've been watching him and not acting because you weren't certain." Dumbledore's expression confirmed this. "Act," Harry said simply. "Today. Before the stone is moved to Hogwarts." "You know about the stone," Dumbledore said. "I know about most things," Harry said. "Which is why you should listen when I tell you that moving the stone to Hogwarts and then constructing an obstacle course to protect it and assuming that will be sufficient is not a plan." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "It's a series of things that feel like action but are actually just moving the problem into a more complicated location." Sirius made a sound that was definitely a laugh, quickly suppressed. "What do you suggest?" Dumbledore said, and the question was genuine, stripped of pride, just a question. "Don't move the stone," Harry said. "Leave it with Flamel. He's protected it for 600 years, he doesn't need Hogwarts. And deal with Quirrell, remove Voldemort from him. Exorcism, or whatever the wizarding equivalent is. Give Quirrell a chance to survive if he survives." He paused. "And then we need to talk about the Horcruxes." "The what?" Sirius said. "Later," Harry said, because that was a long conversation and the morning was already full. He looked at Dumbledore. "First Quirrell. Can you do it today?" "If I have assistance," Dumbledore said. "The process of removing a parasitic entity from a host is," he paused. "It requires multiple casters and a prepared space." "McGonagall," Harry said. McGonagall, who had been sitting behind her desk with her hands folded and her expression precisely calibrated, said, obviously. "And me," Sirius said. "You've been in a ministry holding cell for 3 days," Remus said. "And now I'm not." Sirius looked at Dumbledore. "I'll stand in the room. You don't need me for the magic, you need someone who can stop Quirrell bolting if Voldemort tries to make him run." He cracked his knuckles. "I can do that." Harry looked around the room, McGonagall sharp and ready, Remus already thinking through logistics, Sirius with that clear-eyed purposeful expression, Dumbledore doing what Harry had asked him to do, which was listen. He thought about the baby in the cot and Lily's letter and the tight arithmetic of the cupboard and the spinning time turner and all the distance between the life that had been and the one that was being built in this room right now. "All right," Harry said. "Quirrell first. Godric's Hollow this afternoon. And tonight," he looked at Sirius, "we start talking about Horcruxes." "What are Horcruxes?" Sirius said again. "Objects," Harry said. "Objects that Voldemort put pieces of himself into. To make himself harder to kill." He watched Sirius's face. "There are several. We need to find them and destroy them before he gets strong enough to look for them himself." The room was quiet. "Of course there are," Sirius said. "Of course there are several." He stood up straight. "Right. Quirrell, Godric's Hollow, then we destroy pieces of Voldemort's soul." He looked at Harry. "Anything else? While we're planning the morning?" "Not immediately," Harry said. "Brilliant," Sirius said, with the precise tone of someone who finds things anything but brilliant and is choosing to treat the absurdity of the situation as fuel rather than obstacle. He picked up his borrowed robes, squared his shoulders, and looked at Dumbledore. "Let's go find out what's living in your professor, then." He went toward the door. Remus followed, pausing to touch Harry's shoulder briefly as he passed, a small, deliberate contact, the kind that said "I see you" without requiring words. McGonagall rose from behind the desk, collected her wand from the drawer with the brisk finality of someone arming for something, and looked at Harry. "You're staying here." "I know," Harry said. "With the baby?" "Yes." She held his gaze for a moment. "You've done enough today," she said. "Let us do this part." Harry sat back down. The fire was going. The baby was in the cot. The morning light was coming through the window at the angle that meant it was getting on toward 9, and somewhere in the castle a defense professor was going about his day not knowing that it was about to end. Harry picked up the legal text. He still had the Horcrux conversation to prepare for. He still had the conversation about where everyone was going to live. He still had the Gringotts escrow to resolve and the Godric's Hollow deed and about 11 other things on his mental list. He opened the book and found the section on magical artifacts that contained living consciousness, because it was better to know the rules before you started breaking them, and the baby was awake now and had been looking at him for 5 minutes with the expression of someone who has a question. Harry looked back. "What?" The baby pointed at the book. Harry turned it so the cover faced outward. The baby looked at it seriously, then at Harry, then made a declarative sound. "I know," Harry said. There's a lot to learn. He turned the book back around. Better start now. He read. The castle went on around him, doing what the castle did, which was hold things, students, secrets, centuries of someone else's history, and Harry sat in the middle of all of it with the baby and the books and the long future opening ahead of him, bright and complicated and entirely, uncompromisingly his. Chapter 7, Taking the board apart. Quirrell was in his classroom when they found him. Sirius heard about it from Remus that evening, the full account delivered over the kitchen table of the small house McGonagall had arranged for them in Hogsmeade, a place that belonged to a recently retired charms professor and sat empty, and which McGonagall had procured with the efficiency of someone pulling a card from a sleeve she had been keeping for exactly this kind of emergency. It had taken 3 hours. Dumbledore and McGonagall and Sirius had gone to Quirrell's classroom under the pretense of a faculty review, and Quirrell had known immediately. Sirius said you could see the moment Voldemort recognized Dumbledore, the way Quirrell's body language changed from nervous academic to something colder and more deliberate, like watching a puppet get a different hand inside it. There had been a short, contained exchange that had rapidly become not contained at all, and the classroom had sustained some structural damage that McGonagall had repaired with an expression of profound disapproval directed at everyone including the walls. Quirrell had survived. Barely. Dumbledore had pulled Voldemort out of him using something old and complicated that he had clearly been researching for precisely this eventuality, and the parasitic presence had screamed. Sirius described this with the particular economy of language that people use when they want to convey that something was genuinely terrible without revisiting it, and dispersed. Not destroyed. Dispersed. A cloud of something dark and formless that had gone out through the window and into the November sky and was gone. Not dead, Harry said, when Sirius finished. Not dead, Sirius confirmed. Dumbledore said it can't die, not without, he looked at Harry. Not without the Horcruxes being dealt with first. I know. Harry had been thinking about this all day. But it's weaker now. Without a host, without the stone, it's back to what it was in Albania, dispersed, non-corporeal, looking for something to latch onto. It needs to find another host before it can do anything meaningful. He looked at the fire in the small kitchen hearth. It won't find one easily. Albania was remote. As long as we're watching the borders, as long as Dumbledore is watching, it'll take time. Time we can use, Remus said. Exactly. Quirrell was in the hospital wing with Madame Pomfrey, who had been informed of the situation with the minimum of detail and the maximum of competence. He was apparently in a bad state. Hosting a parasitic dark entity for several months had not been kind to him, but he was alive and in possession of himself again, and Dumbledore had sat with him for an hour before coming back to the Hogsmeade house looking hollowed out in a way that Harry thought was probably appropriate. Dumbledore was also at the table. He had come with Sirius and Remus almost by default. There was a conversation that still needed finishing, and he seemed to have accepted that Harry's kitchen was where it was happening. He sat with his tea and said little and listened, which Harry was coming to understand was Dumbledore being more useful than Dumbledore talking. The baby was asleep in the room upstairs. The house was small and warm and slightly chaotic already. Sirius had been in it for 4 hours and there was already evidence of him in every room, a cloak on one banister, boots by the wrong door, a copy of the Daily Prophet on the kitchen counter folded open to the crossword with 3 answers filled in incorrectly. Harry had looked at the crossword and corrected it, and Sirius had said, "You're insufferable," in the tone of someone who found this completely acceptable. It felt, Harry thought, like living somewhere. He was still getting used to that. The Horcruxes, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. He had their full attention, Sirius focused and alert, Remus with his hands wrapped around his mug, Dumbledore with the steady attentiveness of someone who has decided to receive rather than direct. Voldemort made objects into containers for pieces of his soul, Harry said. It's the darkest magic there is, it requires a murder. Each Horcrux anchors him to life. As long as any of them exist, he can't be truly killed. He paused. I know of 5. There may be more, I'm not certain of the total count, and the information I have is incomplete. But 5 is enough to start with. He had written them on a piece of parchment the previous evening, sitting by the fire after the baby had gone to sleep. He pushed it across the table now. 1. Tom Riddle's diary, in the possession of Lucius Malfoy, Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire. 2. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, location uncertain, likely the Gaunt house near Little Hangleton, Yorkshire. 3. Slytherin's locket, currently unknown, likely passed through the Black family estate. 4. Hufflepuff's cup, in the possession of Bellatrix Lestrange, likely Gringotts' vault. 5. Nagini, Voldemort's snake, current whereabouts unknown. Sirius read it. His expression changed at the third item. He looked up at Harry. The locket. You know it, Harry said. It was at Grimmauld Place, Sirius said slowly. When I was a child. It sat in a cabinet in the drawing room for years. Nobody could open it. He paused. When I left, I was 16, I didn't take it. But when James and I cleaned the house out a few years later, we threw out a lot of junk. I don't know if the locket was in it. We need to find out, Harry said. Can you go back to Grimmauld Place? Sirius's expression at the prospect of Grimmauld Place was not complicated, it was simply and specifically the face of someone being asked to return to a place they profoundly don't want to return to. Yes, he said, anyway. When? Soon. Before we deal with anything else on this list. Harry looked at Remus. The Gaunt house, do you know it? Little Hangleton. I know of it, Remus said. It's been derelict for 50 years. The Gaunt family died out, well, all but Riddle's mother, and she died giving birth to him. The house has been sitting empty. He paused. Getting into it will require significant protective magic, it'll be heavily warded. Voldemort wouldn't have left something that important somewhere easy to access. No, Harry agreed. But we have the advantage of Voldemort not knowing we know it exists. He looked at the list. The diary is the most dangerous one to leave where it is. Lucius Malfoy has it and he'll use it. He thought about Ginny Weasley, who would be starting Hogwarts in 7 years, who would be 11 years old when Malfoy slipped the diary into her cauldron if nothing changed. We need to get it away from him before he finds a use for it. How? Sirius said. Walk up to Malfoy Manor and ask nicely. No, Harry said. But Lucius Malfoy has a problem that we can use. He was a Death Eater and the Ministry knows it and he's currently trying very hard to pretend he wasn't, or that he was Imperiused, or whatever story he's settled on. He looked at Dumbledore. He donated 5,000 galleons to the Ministry's rebuilding fund last week. I saw it in the Prophet. Attempting to purchase credibility, Dumbledore said. Yes. Which means he's worried. And worried people make deals. Harry folded his hands on the table. If we approach Malfoy with an offer, not a threat, an offer, we might get the diary without a confrontation. Something he wants more than he wants to keep an object he probably doesn't fully understand. What could we offer him? Remus said, skeptically. Information, Harry said. Specifically, the names of the Death Eaters who are cooperating with the Ministry's investigation and who might give testimony against him. If he knows who's talking, he knows who to neutralize. He paused. We won't actually give him the names. We'll offer to, and then we'll negotiate from there, what he'll trade for that information. The diary is what we want. We let him think he's getting the better deal. Sirius stared at him. That's extremely cold-blooded. It's extremely practical, Harry said. We don't actually give him anything that can be used to harm anyone. We get an object that contains a piece of Voldemort's soul away from a man who will absolutely weaponize it if given the chance. He's not wrong, Remus said, to Sirius. I know he's not wrong. Sirius looked at Harry with the expression that he'd been developing over the past 4 days, the one that was somewhere between admiration and mild concern. I'm just saying. 7 years old. I'm practical, Harry said again. You keep saying that like it explains everything. It does explain everything. Dumbledore had been quiet through all of this, listening with the quality of attention he brought to things that were reorganizing his understanding of a situation. He said, "Now, there is a risk in approaching Malfoy. He is not unintelligent. If he suspects we know more than we should, he'll want to know how we know," Harry said. "And the answer is that we have a source he can't verify, which is frustrating enough to a man like Malfoy that he'll want to make it go away by dealing." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "You'd be the one approaching him. Not me. He'll take a meeting with Albus Dumbledore. He'd take it as a status signal." He paused. "I'll prepare what you say." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then, with something that was almost amusement, "You'd like me to deliver your script?" "I'd like you to deliver the key points in your own way," Harry said. "I trust your delivery. I don't entirely trust your instinct to improvise in Malfoy's living room." Sirius laughed outright at this. He didn't try to stop it. Dumbledore looked at him. Then at Harry. "That is, probably fair," he said. "The cup in Bellatrix's vault is the hardest one," Harry said, moving on. "She's in Azkaban now." Pettigrew's testimony implicated her as well as Rodolphius and Rabastan Lestrange and Bartemius Crouch Jr. He thought about the Azkaban cell, the Dementors, and then set the thought aside because that was not a problem for today. But her Gringotts vault is still active. Her assets can't be seized without a conviction on specific charges, and the current ministry won't move fast enough, Remus said. "No. The cup stays where it is for now. It's the safest of the 5, sealed in a Gringotts vault with the most paranoid security in the wizarding world. It's not going anywhere and it can't be used." Harry looked at the list. Nagini is the unknown. She wasn't created a Horcrux until later, I think. After Voldemort got a body back. Which means if we deal with the others before that happens, the snake may not become one, Dumbledore said quietly. "Yes. That leaves the ring and the diary as our immediate priorities," Remus said. He looked at the parchment. "The Gaunt House. I can go this week." "Not alone," Sirius said. "I'm a fully qualified wizard. Who almost got killed by a boggart in 1979 because you weren't paying attention." Remus stopped. "That was one time." "I'll go with you," Sirius said. "We'll both go." He looked at Harry. "What do we need to destroy them?" "The Horcruxes." This was the part Harry had been least certain about. He knew the mechanics imperfectly: basilisk venom, fiend fire, the sword of Gryffindor, Dumbledore's spell at the cave. He had fragments, not the complete picture. "Something that causes magical destruction at a deep level," Harry said. "Not just physical damage, something that disrupts the enchantment holding the soul fragment in place. Basilisk venom does it. Fiend fire does it. There may be other methods." He looked at Dumbledore. "You've been researching this." Dumbledore looked at him with the particular expression of someone who has stopped being surprised by Harry's knowledge but has not yet become entirely comfortable with it. "I have," he said. "For some time." "What have you found?" "There is a spell," Dumbledore said slowly. "Ancient. It predates most recorded magic. I found references to it in 3 separate texts across 3 different centuries. It appears when someone was trying to undo something that should not have been done. It is essentially the magical equivalent of saying this thing was made wrong and should not exist." He paused. "I have not tested it." "Test it on the ring," Harry said. "It's in an abandoned house with no one around and nothing to damage. Better to trial it there than on the diary, which Malfoy's been handling for years and may have additional enchantments." He looked at Dumbledore. "But you're not going to that house alone." "I am perfectly capable. You almost died there in the original timeline," Harry said. Silence. "The ring had a curse on it," Harry said. "A death curse. You put it on and it would have killed you slowly. In the timeline I came from, You found the ring 4 years from now and you put it on before breaking the Horcrux and you spent the rest of your life dying from it. He held Dumbledore's gaze. So no. You're not going alone. The table was very quiet. Dumbledore looked at him. Something in his face had gone entirely still, the stillness of someone absorbing a piece of information about themselves that they cannot argue with or dismiss. I'll go, Sirius said. With Dumbledore. Remus takes the diary exchange. I take the Gaunt House. I said I was going with you, Remus said. And I'm saying you don't need to, Moony. Dumbledore and I can, Sirius. Remus looked at him with a patient directness that was clearly the product of a decade of exactly this dynamic. I'm going. Sirius looked at him for a moment. Fine, he said, with the tone of someone who has been intending to agree all along and doesn't want to admit it. Harry watched them and thought about the decade in between, Sirius in Azkaban, Remus alone, the friendship stretched across 12 years of absence and resurrected in fragments in the original timeline. He thought about what it looked like intact, functional, slightly argumentative in the way of people who know each other well enough to skip the polite parts. He thought, this was worth coming back for. All of it. But this specifically. When do we move on, Malfoy? Sirius asked, looking at Harry. Give it 2 weeks, Harry said. Let the Ministry dust settle from the Pettigrew revelations. Malfoy will be watching the papers. When the coverage of the Death Eater investigations peaks and he sees names he recognizes, that's when he'll be most receptive to the idea that someone has inside information. He looked at Dumbledore. 2 weeks. Can you arrange a meeting? Through proper channels, Dumbledore said. A concerned inquiry from the Hogwarts headmaster about certain artifacts that may have come to light during the Ministry's review. He won't refuse the meeting. Refusing a meeting with Dumbledore looks worse than taking one. Exactly, Harry said. It was past 10 when the meeting broke up. Dumbledore left through the Hogsmeade fireplace, the house had a flue connected, and Remus and Sirius went upstairs to check on the baby, who had been quiet all evening and was still asleep, which Sirius appeared to take as a personal triumph even though he had nothing to do with it. Harry sat at the kitchen table for a while after everyone else had gone up, the fire going low, the parchment with the Horcrux list in front of him. He added a note at the bottom, Malfoy meeting, 2 weeks. Gaunt House, this weekend. Lestrange Vault, long term. Nagini, monitor. He looked at the note for a moment and then added one more line, diary, confirm it's destroyed. Follow up. He thought about Lucius Malfoy. He thought about what he knew of the man, proud, calculating, vain in the specific way of people who have been told their entire lives that they represent something important. Malfoy did not believe in Voldemort the way the Lestranges believed, he had believed in power, in what Voldemort represented as a force that would confirm what Malfoy already thought about the structure of the world. Without that power, he was just a man trying to protect his position and his family. That was exploitable. Cold, but exploitable. Harry wondered, briefly, what Draco Malfoy was like right now. 18 months old, probably. Growing up in that enormous house with parents who loved him in a specific and conditional way that was also the only way they knew how to love. He thought, that's someone who could be different, in this timeline. Who might be different, if Lucius Malfoy spent fewer years believing Voldemort would return and more years dealing with the consequences of having bet on the wrong horse. He filed this. Not for now. For later. He went upstairs. Sirius was in the doorway of the baby's room. Not going in, just standing there, watching the cot with one hand on the doorframe. Harry stopped at the top of the stairs and looked at him, at the set of his shoulders and the expression on his profile, which was private and full and not particularly trying to be otherwise. You know, Sirius said quietly, without turning around, James was terrified when Harry was born. He held him in the hospital and he couldn't stop shaking, and Lily told him he was going to drop the baby and he said he couldn't possibly drop him because his hands had gone into some kind of involuntary grip and he might never be able to let go. He paused. I told him that was probably fine. That was probably the right amount of scared. Harry stood at the top of the stairs and said nothing. "I'm that scared," Sirius said. "Right now." Looking at him. He was quiet for a moment. "But it's the right kind. I think." "It's the right kind," Harry said. Sirius turned and looked at him. In the dim corridor light his face was open in a way it usually wasn't, the layer of dryness and deflection that was his default mode set aside, just the actual person underneath it. "What do you need?" Sirius said. "Not the baby. You. What do you need?" Harry stood there and considered being honest about it. "I don't know yet," he said. I'm used to needing things and not getting them, and I think I've gotten so good at not needing things that I've stopped knowing what they are." Sirius looked at him for a long moment. "That's the most honest thing you've said since you arrived." "I know. We'll work on it," Sirius said. "Not tonight. But we'll work on it." Harry nodded. "Also," Sirius said, returning to something approaching his normal register, "you left your shoes by the floor and I nearly fell over them in the dark, and I want you to know that if you are going to be in this house you need to put your things where they belong." Harry looked at him. "Your cloak is on the banister." "That's different." "How is it different?" "It's my house. You've been here for 6 hours. Sirius pointed at him. "Don't be smart." Harry went to his room. It was the small one at the back. Sirius had offered him the larger one and Harry had declined because he genuinely preferred small rooms, which was a preference he developed in a cupboard and which he was aware was not entirely healthy and which he was going to deal with eventually, but not tonight. He sat on the bed and looked at the room, the small window with the Hogsmeade Street below, the single bookshelf that was already half full because McGonagall had sent over a selection of books with a note that said for James, with the understanding that these are to be returned when no longer needed, and then a postscript that said or kept, as the case may be. He looked at the books and thought about Hogwarts in 4 years, the baby starting his first year, and where Harry would be by then. He thought about Remus, who had come back to life in the past 4 days, steadily and quietly, the way plants grow toward light, not dramatically, just persistently. He thought about the conversation they'd had in McGonagall's office, the realness of it, the way Remus had said "you're quite extraordinary" and Harry had deflected and Remus had let him but had also not entirely let him, had kept the question open. He thought about the Gaunt house this weekend, and Malfoy Manor in 2 weeks, and the long slow work of taking apart what Voldemort had built in the world. He thought about the Horcrux that he hadn't put on the list. He had been not putting it on the list since he'd first written the list. He had been not thinking about it with the deliberate energy of someone who knows they are not thinking about something specific. The thing that Voldemort had done that night in Godric's Hollow, the curse rebounding, the soul fragmenting, the extra fragment going somewhere it wasn't supposed to go. Harry had thought, in the original timeline, that he'd understood what that meant. Had known what he was, what he carried. He put his hand on his forehead. The scar was smooth. Quiet. Just a scar. He had been in 1981 for 4 days. Voldemort had been exorcised from Quirrell this morning. The fragment, if it had transferred, if the mechanics were the same in this restructured timeline, was here, in his head. Small. Contained. No different to what it had been in the original timeline. The question was whether to deal with it now or later. In the original timeline it had been destroyed by the killing curse in the Forbidden Forest, Harry dying briefly, the fragment dying with him, Harry coming back because the Horcrux in him had been made accidentally and Voldemort's own rebirthed body was the anchor that pulled Harry back. That mechanism didn't exist here. Voldemort had no body. So the original method was unavailable. He needed Dumbledore's spell. The ancient one. This thing was made wrong and should not exist. But to use it on himself he needed to tell someone it was there, and he had been not telling anyone it was there because telling someone meant having a conversation about what it meant, what the options were, whether it was possible to remove it without destroying him, and Harry had been not wanting to have that conversation for 4 days because he had been busy and because, if he was honest, he was a little afraid of it, which was unusual for him and uncomfortable. He sat with the discomfort for a moment. Then he got up, went to Sirius's room, and knocked. Sirius opened the door in 5 seconds, which meant he hadn't been asleep either. "There's one more," Harry said. Sirius looked at him. "On the list," Harry said. "There's one more Horcrux." A pause. "Where?" Harry put his finger on his forehead. The silence stretched. Sirius looked at him, at the finger on the forehead, at the scar underneath it, at Harry's face, which was doing the thing it did when Harry was being honest about something that cost him something. He looked at all of it and then he stepped back and opened the door wider. "Come in," he said. "Sit down. We're going to need Remus for this." Harry sat down. Sirius went next door and knocked, and Remus appeared 40 seconds later in a dressing gown looking like someone who also had not been sleeping, and he came in and sat on the end of the bed and looked at Harry and then at Sirius and then back at Harry. "Tell us," Sirius said. Harry told them. He told them everything he knew about it, the mechanics, the accidental creation, the way the fragment had sat quietly in his head for 10 years in the original timeline because Voldemort was too weak to activate it. He told them about the original method of removal and why it was unavailable. He told them about Dumbledore's spell, the ancient one, and his theory that if it could unmake a deliberately created Horcrux it could also unmake an accidental one. He told them that he didn't know if it would work, or if it would work without hurting him, or what happened to him if it did. He told it all in the same even voice he told everything, but his hands were flat on his knees in the way he'd noticed Remus's hands going flat on his knees, and he thought, I picked that up from him, which was its own peculiar thing to notice at this moment. When he finished, the room was quiet. Remus said, "Dumbledore." "Yes," Harry said. "Dumbledore needs to know. Tomorrow." "Tonight," Sirius said. Harry looked at him. "Tonight," Sirius said again, firmly, and there was something in his voice that was not panic. Sirius was not panicking, he was the opposite of panicking. He had gone very still and very certain, that said this is happening now and it will not wait. "I'm fluing Dumbledore. It's 11 o'clock. "I don't care," Sirius said. "Sirius, Harry." He looked at him, and his grey eyes were direct and very clear. "You have been looking after the baby and me and Remus and the timeline and about 14 different magical disasters for 4 days. You have been practical and strategic and extraordinary, and you have not asked for a single thing for yourself except a small bedroom you don't need to hide in." He paused. "Ask for this." Harry looked at his hands flat on his knees. "All right," he said. Sirius crossed to the fireplace and threw flue powder in and called Dumbledore's name, and Dumbledore appeared in the fire 4 minutes later with his hat slightly askew and an expression that suggested he had also not been sleeping. "It's 11 o'clock, Dumbledore said. "I know," Sirius said. "Come through." Dumbledore came through. He looked at Harry sitting on the end of the bed and at Remus beside him and at Sirius's expression, and something in his face assembled itself into alert attention without him saying a word. "Tell him," Sirius said to Harry. Harry told him. Dumbledore listened without interrupting. When Harry finished, Dumbledore stood very still for a moment. Then he sat down in the chair by the desk, removed his hat, and held it in both hands, and Harry watched him think, the particular quality of Dumbledore thinking, which was concentrated and rapid and nothing like the considered performance of wisdom he usually offered. "The spell," Dumbledore said finally. I think it can be done without harming you. The soul fragment is not native. It is an intrusion. The spell, by its nature, targets what does not belong." He paused. "But I want to be certain before I attempt it. I will need 2 days to prepare." 2 days, Harry said. 2 days, Dumbledore confirmed. He looked at Harry with an expression that was stripped of everything except the thing underneath, the genuine care that had always been there, that had always been present alongside the bad decisions and the chessboard thinking, the real Dumbledore that existed beneath the headmaster. "I will not rush something this important." "I know," Harry said. 2 days. There was a pause in the room. Outside, Hogsmeade was quiet, the late November night sitting still over the rooftops. The other items on the list, Dumbledore said. The Gaunt House. Sirius, you said this weekend. Saturday, Sirius said. If you're free. I'll be free, Dumbledore said. He rose, set his hat back on. And the Malfoy meeting. 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Harry confirmed. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he said, rest, and he said it not as an instruction but as something gentler than that, and turned and went back through the flue. The fire went normal again. The room was quiet. Sirius sat back down on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Remus sat where he was, his hands around his knees. 2 days, Remus said. 2 days, Harry said. And then we go to the Gaunt House, Sirius said. And deal with Malfoy. And find the locket at Grimmauld Place. He looked at Harry. And somewhere in there you are going to sleep more than 4 hours, eat actual meals, and tell me what kind of books you like so I can go and buy some. Harry looked at him. Books? For your shelf. The small room. The one you chose instead of the big one. Sirius met his gaze steadily. You live here. That means you have a shelf. What do you want on it? Harry was quiet for a moment. History, he said. Magical history specifically. And, anything to do with transfiguration. And, he paused. Actually anything. I'll read anything. Sirius pointed at Remus. He'll handle the book buying. He has opinions about books and he's been waiting for an excuse. Remus was already making a mental list, Harry could tell. He had the focused inward expression of someone compiling. All right, Harry said. He went back to his room. He lay on the bed in the dark and thought about Saturday, and the Gaunt House, and Dumbledore's spell in 2 days, and somewhere in the middle of all that thinking he fell asleep in the way he had been falling asleep since arriving here, quickly, completely, the sleep of someone who has spent their energy on things that mattered and has nothing left for lying awake. Outside, Hogsmeade was still and cold and bright with stars, and the November night went on over the little house with the light on in the kitchen that someone had forgotten to turn off, warm and persistent against the dark. Chapter 8, The Boy Who Decided the 2 days felt longer than they were. Not because Harry was afraid, he had examined the thing he was feeling about it and concluded that afraid was not quite accurate, more a specific alertness, the feeling of standing at the edge of something that cannot be undone once stepped off. He had lived with that feeling for the past week, in one form or another, and he had found it to be reasonably manageable. But this was different from Sirius's hearing or the Quirrell situation or the Malfoy planning because this one was about him, directly and physically, and there was no strategy to develop because Dumbledore had the strategy and Harry had to simply be the thing it was applied to, which was a position he had almost no experience with. The first day he spent reading. Remus had gone into Hogsmeade that morning and come back with a bag of books that he set on Harry's shelf without ceremony, pausing only to say, "Tell me if you've already read any of these and I'll get different ones," and Harry had looked at the titles, A Comprehensive History of Wizarding Britain, 2 texts on advanced transfiguration theory, a collection of essays on magical ethics that looked genuinely interesting, and a novel that Remus said was not magical at all but was very good. And had said, "I haven't read any of them," which was true and also felt like the beginning of something. Sirius spent the first day doing administrative things with a focused energy that Harry recognized as Sirius's version of managing anxiety. He contacted Gringotts about the Grimmauld Place property assessment, he sent letters to 2 former Order members about the current state of the Death Eater trials, he read the Return to State Funds confirmation from Gringotts 3 times, and he reorganized the kitchen with a thoroughness that suggested he found putting things in the right place deeply satisfying. Harry did not comment on this. He thought it was actually rather healthy. The baby sat in the middle of the kitchen floor and watched Sirius reorganize things with profound interest. He was at the age where everything was interesting, which Harry found both enviable and exhausting. McGonagall came by in the afternoon with a bottle of something from the Hogwarts cellars that she described as being for Sirius and which turned out to be excellent fire whiskey that nobody was going to drink until after Saturday at the earliest. She stayed for an hour and talked to Remus about what the current state of lycanthropy law looked like, which was grim. The restrictions on where werewolves could live and work had been recently tightened under wartime provisions that nobody had got around to repealing, and she did this with the clear intention of letting Remus know that she considered the situation professionally unacceptable and intended to do something about it. Remus listened with the careful expression of someone who has been told things are going to get better before and has learned to wait for the evidence. Harry watched this and thought about what he knew of Remus's employment history, the years of poverty, the inability to keep a job, the grinding attrition of a system designed to make his life difficult. He thought about what was different now, Sirius out of Azkaban, the legal machinery running, McGonagall with opinions and connections, and the specific fury of someone who has identified an injustice and decided she is personally responsible for addressing it. He thought, different. It would be different. The evening was quiet. Sirius made dinner, which turned out to be one of his competencies. He cooked with the same instinctive confidence he brought to most things, not following recipes but making decisions, and the result was good and unpretentious and put on the table without fanfare. Harry ate and thought that this too was something he was going to have to adjust to, meals that were made for him, that were enough, that did not need to be eaten quickly in case someone found a reason to take them away. He was working on it. After dinner Sirius sat beside him on the sofa with the baby between them, the baby currently conducting an examination of Sirius's watch, which he was going to put in his mouth if nobody stopped him. "Tomorrow," Sirius said. "Tomorrow," Harry said. "Are you?" Sirius started. "I'm fine," Harry said. "I wasn't going to ask if you were fine. I was going to ask if you'd thought about what you want to do afterward. After it's done." Harry looked at him. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Sirius gently removed the watch from the baby's trajectory, "you've been planning the next thing and the next thing and the next thing for a week. You had the hearing, and then Quirrell, and now the Horcruxes. What's after the Horcruxes?" Harry thought about it. "The rest of them. Malfoy's diary, the gaunt ring, finding the locket, after all of that," Sirius said. "Eventually. When the list is done." Harry was quiet for a moment. "School," he said. "Eventually. Hogwarts." He looked at the fire. "Learning things properly. Having the time to learn things I don't already know." He paused. "I'd like to learn to fly." Sirius turned to look at him. The expression on his face was something between delight and grief, and he resolved it into something warmer. "James was the best flyer in his year," he said. "Better than me, even, and I was good." "I know," Harry said. "When did you know?" "I just knew," Harry said. "The same way I know about the eyes. Some things feel less like learning and more like remembering." Sirius was quiet at that. He looked at the baby, who had found Sirius's collar interesting instead and was investigating it with scientific focus. "We'll get you a broom," he said. "Not yet. You need to be a bit bigger." He glanced at Harry. "But soon." Harry nodded. "And Hogwarts in," Sirius calculated, 3 years. "If we enroll you as James for the year ahead of Harry's, 4 years," Harry said. "I'm 7. I'd start at 11. And I'd probably be in the same year as the baby once we work out the enrollment." He paused. "We need to think about that." "We have 4 years," Sirius said. "We'll think about it." He leaned back against the sofa cushions. "Remus could teach you. He's been tutoring, he does it for the income, but he's good. He was always the best at explaining things." "I know," Harry said. Sirius looked at him sidelong. "You keep saying that. People keep telling me things I already know." "What don't you know?" Harry thought about it honestly. "Lots," he said. "I know the big architecture of things. I don't know the details, what the inside of a Quidditch game feels like, what Hogsmeade looks like when it's not November, what friends are like in practice rather than theory. I don't know what a birthday is like when people actually, when it means something." He said the last part matter-of-factly, not as an appeal, just as information, but he felt Sirius go slightly still beside him. "When's your birthday?" Sirius said. 31st of July. "That's 8 months away." "Yes." "Noted," Sirius said, in the tone of someone making a note that is going somewhere permanent and load-bearing. Harry looked at him. Sirius was looking at the fire with the expression of someone who has just added something to a list that is going to be taken very seriously. "You don't have to," Harry started. "I know I don't have to," Sirius said. "That's not the point." Harry was quiet. "The point," Sirius said, "is that you're going to have a birthday in 8 months, and it is going to be a specific kind of birthday because someone is going to make sure of that. And I'm not making you a promise because you seem like a person who has had promises broken, and I don't want to be in that category." He looked at Harry directly. "I'm just telling you it's going to happen, and you should probably start thinking about what cake you want." Harry looked at the fire for a moment. "What kinds are there?" he said. Sirius blinked. Then, with a quality of patience that Harry thought was genuinely good of him, "Right. Okay. We're starting from scratch." "That's fine." He shifted the baby, who protested briefly and then settled. "Chocolate is the obvious one. Lemon is good if you like things sharp. James always wanted a Victoria sponge, which it's a reasonable choice, but it lacks ambition. There's a bakery in Hogsmeade that does something with salted caramel that Remus thinks is the best thing in the wizarding world, and I think he might be right." "Salted caramel," Harry said. "Noted," Sirius said again. The baby fell asleep between them sometime around 9, and neither of them moved him, and the fire went low and the evening got fully dark outside, and Harry sat in the warm quiet and thought about what this felt like. He had been thinking about it in small pieces all week, approaching it from the edges because looking at it directly seemed like it might crack something open that he wasn't ready to have cracked, but now it was late and quiet and the thing was just there, present and unmistakable. This was what it was supposed to be like. This specific collection of ordinary things, fire and dinner and someone asking what kind of cake you wanted, was the answer to the question he'd been not asking since he could first formulate questions. He hadn't known what the answer would look like, exactly. He hadn't had a template. He'd had a cupboard and a cereal box and a strip of hallway light, and those things had been enough to build a person on, but they had not been enough to build a complete picture of what else was possible. He was building the picture now. It turned out to be simpler than he'd thought. Smaller in its daily details and larger in its total weight. He went to bed at 10. He slept without difficulty. In the morning Dumbledore arrived at 9 o'clock. He came through the flue in his formal robes, not the purple, the deep blue from the hearing, which Harry had come to associate with Dumbledore when he was being serious rather than performing seriousness. He had a leather case that he set on the kitchen table and opened with care. Inside were several objects, a short silver instrument that Harry didn't recognize, a vial of something clear, a small stone disc inscribed with symbols, and a folded piece of parchment covered in Dumbledore's cramped handwriting. "I spent last night refining the spell," Dumbledore said, without preamble, setting the objects out on the table with the methodical attention of someone who has been thinking about this all night. "The theory is sound. The ancient texts were consistent across all 3 sources. The spell identifies what is foreign and unrooted, what has no natural claim to the vessel it occupies. A soul fragment placed accidentally, under the specific circumstances you described, has no anchor. It is held in place by the residual magical discharge of the original curse, nothing more." He looked at Harry. "I believe the extraction will be," he paused, and the pause was honest, "uncomfortable. But not destructive." "How uncomfortable?" Sirius said, from the doorway. "I don't know exactly," Dumbledore said. He met Sirius's eyes steadily. "I won't pretend to certainty I don't have." "Appreciate that," Sirius said, in the tone that meant he genuinely did. Remus was at the table. He had a cup of tea and was reading Dumbledore's notes with the careful attention of someone who was going to understand the thing before he endorsed it. He looked up after a minute. "The vial. What's in it?" "A stabilizing potion," Dumbledore said. "For Harry, before." It will insulate the native elements of his consciousness from the extraction process. The goal is for the spell to find only what is foreign. He looked at Harry. You would take it now, and we begin in about 20 minutes, when it's fully active. Harry picked up the vial. He looked at it, clear, faintly iridescent, no particular smell. He looked at Dumbledore. If something goes wrong, he said. I stop immediately, Dumbledore said. The spell is not irreversible in its process. I can halt at any point. Harry thought about it. He thought about the fragment in his head that had been there since he was 1 year old, quiet as a stone at the bottom of deep water, and about the fact that it was a piece of the person who had killed his parents, sitting in him, and about how it had always been there and he had always not been entirely himself because of it. He drank the potion. It tasted like nothing at all, which was more unsettling than if it had tasted like something. Dumbledore arranged the room with the silver instrument and the stone disc, placing them at specific points with the care of someone setting a foundation. Sirius moved the baby upstairs first, Remus went with him, and Harry heard the low voices above, the sounds of the baby being settled, and then Remus's footsteps on the stairs and Sirius's, both of them coming back. They stood at the edges of the room. Not hovering, not performing anxiety, just present, which was what Harry needed and what they seemed to understand without being told. Sit here, Dumbledore said, placing a chair in the center of the cleared space. Harry sat. The process, Dumbledore said, standing in front of him, will look like nothing from the outside. You will feel it. I need you to stay very still and tell me immediately if there is any pain beyond discomfort. What does discomfort feel like versus pain in this context? Harry said. Pressure versus burning, Dumbledore said. Understood. Dumbledore raised his wand. The spell he cast was in a language Harry didn't recognize, not Latin, not the modified Latin of most spells, something older and more guttural, spoken quietly, almost murmured, but with an intensity of focus behind it that Harry could feel even before anything happened. The words fell into the room like stones into water, not loud but weighted, each one displacing something. Then it started. Dumbledore had said pressure. He was accurate. It began at the scar, where Harry had always known it would begin, a sensation of something being identified, the way you feel a splinter in your finger before you've seen it, the body's knowledge of a foreign thing. The pressure built slowly and Harry sat still and breathed and let it build, because the alternative was worse than sitting still. It moved. That was the strange part, it moved, the pressure, like a hand finding a grip, and what it gripped was not Harry but something in Harry that was not Harry, something that sat in his head like a cold stone and had always been a cold stone and Harry had never known it was cold because he had no comparison, had never known what the absence of it felt like. He was starting to understand what the absence would feel like. The pressure intensified. Harry gripped the arms of the chair. Not pain, not burning, not what he would have called pain, but enormous, the physical equivalent of a sound that was just below the threshold of bearable. He breathed through it. He thought, with the strange clarity that sometimes arrives in extremity, this is happening, this is a thing that is happening, it will end. Then something gave way. It was not dramatic. There was no flash of light, no sound. Something gave way in the same way a knot gives way, suddenly, with the abrupt release of tension, the absence of something that had been occupying space. Harry sat in the chair in the kitchen of the Hogsmeade house and felt the cold stone in his head cease to exist. The room was very quiet. Done, Dumbledore said. Harry sat still for a moment. He was taking stock, running through himself the way you run through a house after a storm to see what's still standing. He felt, if anything, lighter, which was a cliched way to describe it but it was the accurate one. Harry, Sirius said. Harry looked up. Sirius was crouched in front of him, eye level, looking at him with an intensity of attention that was doing its best to look calm and not quite succeeding. Remus was behind him, one hand on the chair back. Yes, Harry said. I'm fine. It worked. Sirius exhaled. It was a single breath that carried the weight of everything he'd been holding for the past 20 minutes. He put one hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, squeezed once, and stood up. "Good," he said, and it was the most feeling he'd ever compressed into one word. Dumbledore was at the table, the silver instrument making a soft sound that had a satisfied quality to it, the stone disc dark and inert. He looked at Harry with an expression that was open in a way Harry hadn't seen from him before, not performing anything, not managing anything, just looking at the result of something that had been done correctly. "There will be no after effects," Dumbledore said. "The scar will remain, it was made by the curse, not the fragment. But the fragment is gone." He paused. "You should eat something." Harry stood up. He was slightly unsteady for a moment, the potion wearing off, or just the aftermath of something that had taken effort. He steadied himself against the back of the chair and then let go and was fine. "Thank you," he said to Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at him. He held Harry's gaze for a moment and then nodded, once, with a simplicity that was its own kind of acknowledgement. He began packing away his instruments, and Harry noticed his hands were not entirely steady, and thought that it had taken effort from Dumbledore too, a different kind of effort, the effort of a man trying very hard to do one thing correctly after a long series of doing things incorrectly, but effort nonetheless. "Saturday," Harry said. "The Gaunt House." "Saturday," Dumbledore confirmed. "The ring will have the curse on it before you touch it," Harry said. "Don't touch it before you break the Horcrux. Whatever you do." "I won't," Dumbledore said. And then, very quietly, "Thank you for telling me." Harry looked at him. In that moment, the morning kitchen, the aftermath of the spell, the instruments being packed away, Dumbledore looked his age in a way that was not theatrical, just real. An old man who had been very certain for a very long time and was in the middle of the slow, uncomfortable work of becoming less certain and more careful, and was not too proud to be doing it. "Don't waste it," Harry said. A pause. "No," Dumbledore said. "I won't." He left through the flue. The rest of the day was ordinary, which Harry thought was possibly the best thing about it. Remus made lunch. The baby woke up from his morning nap in an excellent mood and spent an hour in the garden with Sirius, who had conjured a series of colorful floating objects that the baby attempted to grab with the focused determination of someone who has identified a goal and intends to achieve it. Harry sat on the back step in the thin November sun and watched and ate a sandwich and felt the absence of the cold stone in his head, which was like the absence of something you had been so accustomed to that you had stopped noticing it was there. He noticed it now. He would probably keep noticing it for a while. Saturday came fast. The Gaunt House was exactly what Remus had described, derelict and dark, sitting in a hollow off the road near Little Hangleton with the look of a building that has been left alone long enough to begin the project of returning itself to the earth. The wards were present and deeply unpleasant, the kind of magic that had been laid down with intent to harm rather than intent to protect, the aggressive architecture of someone who wanted to keep people out rather than keep things safe. Dumbledore dismantled them methodically. Sirius and Remus stood at either side of him with their wands out, not because Dumbledore needed the backup for the wards but because Harry had asked them to be there and they had agreed, and that was the end of the conversation. Harry was not there. He had argued about this and lost, which was a novel experience. Sirius had been completely immovable. Harry had given Dumbledore the information that saved his life, and Sirius took the position that Harry had therefore already contributed his most important element to this particular mission and did not need to be present for the rest of it. Harry had pointed out that he was practically and strategically useful. Sirius had said yes, and also you're 7 and you just had a piece of Voldemort's soul removed from your head yesterday and you're sitting this one out. Harry had sat it out. He sat in the kitchen with the baby and McGonagall, who had come by with marking and a flask of tea and the comfortable authority of someone who had also decided Harry was sitting this one out and considered the matter settled. They came back at noon. Sirius came through the flue first and said, "Done," in the flat satisfied tone of someone who has completed a task, and Remus came through behind him and nodded, and then Dumbledore came through last with a bandaged hand and the look of someone who had received a significant shock that they had prepared for and been somewhat shocked by anyway. "The ring is destroyed," Dumbledore said. The curse, he looked at his hand, was contained. Sirius, I reversed it, Sirius said, with a trace of pride. Took about 40 seconds. 43, Remus said. 40 seconds, Sirius repeated. The curse is neutralized, Dumbledore said, looking at his bandaged hand. A small burn. Nothing lasting. He looked at Harry. You were right about the curse. Had I gone alone, I know, Harry said. Sit down. Dumbledore sat down. McGonagall poured him tea with the brisk precision of someone who is going to ensure you receive care whether you ask for it or not, and Dumbledore accepted it with the expression of a man who has been doing things alone for so long that being cared for catches him slightly off guard every time. The afternoon was debriefing and planning. They had the ring, which Dumbledore had destroyed with the ancient spell after Sirius reversed the curse, and which now sat as a plain band of gold in a small box on the table with the slightly anticlimactic quality of something that had been very dangerous for a very long time and was now just a ring. 2 Horcruxes down. The Malfoy meeting was in 6 days. Sirius went to Grimmauld Place the following day. He did not take anyone with him. He went alone and came back 3 hours later with the expression of someone who has walked through a bad place and left it behind them, and he set a small box on the kitchen table and said, "Lock it, found it in the bin under the drawing-room cabinet, which means my mother tried to throw it away and it refused to go," with the tone of someone who finds his family home briefly amusing in the darkest possible way. The locket had a serpentine S on the front and could not be opened and radiated a cold malevolence that you could feel from 4 feet away. Harry looked at it from 4 feet away. That's not going near the baby, Remus said. Obviously not, Sirius said. He put the box in the garden shed, which was the most distant point from the house, and put 3 locking charms on it and came back inside and washed his hands. 3 Horcruxes located. 2 destroyed. The locket waiting for Dumbledore's spell. The diary in Malfoy's possession. The cup behind the best security in the wizarding world. And Nagini not yet what she would become. Harry sat with the arithmetic of it and thought, manageable. Genuinely manageable. The Malfoy meeting happened on a Thursday. Harry was not at that meeting either. He had helped Dumbledore prepare for it over 2 evenings at the Hogsmeade kitchen table, going through the lines of it, the offer structure, the contingencies, and Dumbledore had listened carefully and asked 2 questions that improved the plan and contributed one idea of his own that Harry thought was actually quite good, and they had done this with the specific collaborative quality of people who have decided to be useful to each other rather than to be anything more complicated. Dumbledore came back from Malfoy Manor at 4 in the afternoon with the diary in a lead-lined box and an expression that combined satisfaction and distaste in roughly equal measure. He took the deal, Dumbledore said. What did you offer him? Sirius said, because they'd prepared 2 versions of the offer and he wasn't sure which one had landed. Discretion, Dumbledore said. I offered him the certainty that certain information about his Death Eater activities would not be forthcoming from my direction, in exchange for the diary and a period of observable good behavior. He set the box on the table. He believes he has gotten the better end of the arrangement. And has he? Remus said. He has not been prosecuted, Dumbledore said. He still has his family, his home, his position. Whether that constitutes a good deal depends on what he does with it. He looked at the box. The diary contained a fragment of consciousness. Even from inside the box I could feel it trying to assert itself. Like the locket, Harry said. More active, Dumbledore said. It was designed to be used. It was actively looking for a host. He looked at Harry directly. You were right to call this urgent. I know. Harry looked at the lead-lined box. Destroy it today. Today, Dumbledore agreed. They destroyed it in the garden, which felt appropriate, outdoors, in the cold November air, with the grey sky going toward dusk, the 4 of them standing in a loose group and Dumbledore casting the ancient spell with the focus of someone who has done it twice now and has the measure of it, and the diary opening itself like a wound before going still and dark and simply becoming a book, which was all it had ever been meant to be before someone put something in it that had no business being. There. Sirius kicked it. Not violently, just once, with his foot, a brief decisive contact. Right, he said. One more. The locket, Remus said. Tomorrow, Harry said. We do the locket tomorrow, and then the only one we can't currently access is the cup in Bellatrix's vault and Nagini, which doesn't exist yet. Which means, Sirius said slowly, that Voldemort is as close to mortal as he's ever going to be, Harry said. 2 soul fragments left. One inaccessible for now. One not yet created. He looked at the darkened diary on the grass. He's dispersed and non-corporeal and without a host and down to 2 fragments. He'll keep trying to come back. He'll find hosts. It'll take longer this time and it'll be harder to establish, and every attempt we can intercept is another year he doesn't have a body. And eventually, Remus said. Eventually we get the cup, Harry said. When Bellatrix goes to trial, and she will go to trial, with Pettigrew's testimony, her Gringotts vault is forfeit. The Ministry takes possession. We petition for the cup to be examined as a dark artifact. He paused. It'll take time. But we have time now. The locket went the next day. Dumbledore destroyed it with the quiet efficiency of someone who has found their rhythm with the spell, and the locket collapsed inward and was a locket again, just gold, just a thing someone made with their hands once, and Sirius put it in a jar and put the jar in the bin, and that was that. The afternoon of the locket day, Harry was sitting in the garden in the fading light writing a letter. He had been writing it in pieces for 3 days, starting it and setting it aside and coming back to it when he had the right words. It was addressed to Amelia Bones, and it was about the lycanthropy employment restrictions, and it contained 3 legal arguments that Harry had developed from the texts on wizarding law and 2 precedents from the 1950s that he had found in the legal history text Remus had put on his shelf. He was finishing the 3rd argument when Sirius came out and sat beside him on the cold step. "What are you writing?" Sirius said. Harry showed him. Sirius read it. He read it twice. He handed it back with an expression that was doing the thing again, the thing Harry had stopped trying to name precisely because it was just Sirius, the full unguarded version of him, looking at Harry with a warmth that had nowhere in particular to go except out into the world. "Don't let Remus see it before you send it," Sirius said. "Why not?" "Because he'll tell you it's not necessary and he doesn't need it and you should spend your time on other things," Sirius said. "And then he'll feel guilty about someone arguing for him and he'll be difficult about it for a week." He paused. "Send it first. Tell him after." Harry looked at him. "That's quite devious." "I've known him since we were 11, Sirius said. "I know exactly how he's difficult." Harry sent the letter. 2 days later Amelia Bones sent back a response that was 3 lines long and said, "The arguments are well constructed and the precedents are legitimate. I will review the current provisions with these in mind. A. Bones." And then, below her signature, in smaller writing, "You are going to be a significant problem for this ministry for a very long time." Harry read it twice and felt something that was approximately satisfaction. He put it on his shelf. The 1st of December arrived cold and clear, and Sirius announced at breakfast that they were going to Godric's Hollow. Harry had known this was coming. He had been not thinking about it with the deliberate focus he used for things he wasn't ready to think about until they arrived, and now it had arrived, and he was ready or he wasn't, and either way they were going. They went by side-along apparition. Dumbledore had agreed to come, and McGonagall came too, and the 5 of them arrived in the village square of Godric's Hollow on a Tuesday morning with the baby in a carrier strapped to Remus's chest and the December cold bright and sharp around them. The village was quiet. Not deserted, there were lights in windows and smoke from chimneys and the ordinary evidence of people going about their lives, but unhurried, the particular quiet of a place that is mostly old and only occasionally eventful. There was a war memorial in the square that Harry looked at as they passed and then looked away from. They walked. The Potter house was at the edge of the village, set back from the lane behind a low wall, and Harry had been right about the ground floor. The structure of it was intact, the stone walls standing, the roof of the lower level holding. The upper floor was open to the sky, the roof collapsed, the windows empty. It had been 2 months and nobody had cleared it, and the garden was overgrown already, the way gardens go in November when nobody is tending them. Sirius stopped at the gate. They all stopped. Harry stood at the edge of the group and looked at the house where he had been born, where his parents had died, where the whole original shape of his life had been cast, and he felt, it was a complicated feeling, not a simple one. Not grief exactly, because he had not known them to grieve them. Not anger exactly, because the anger had somewhere to go now and was going there. Something that was the feeling of standing at the site of something that happened and that could not unhappen, and of understanding that what grows on the site of something that happened is the life that comes after, and that life is the only thing worth building. He looked at the house. He looked at it for a long moment. Then he opened the gate and walked through. The others followed. The ground floor was dusty and still and cold, the furniture overturned or broken, the remains of a life interrupted. There was a sitting room with a collapsed bookshelf, the books still on the floor exactly where they had fallen. There was a kitchen with a cup still on the counter, unwashed, 2 months old. Harry stood in the sitting room and looked at the books on the floor. He picked one up. It was a Muggle novel, something his mother must have kept. He turned it over. There was a name in the inside cover in his mother's handwriting, Lily Evans. Her maiden name. She had probably had it from before she married. Harry held it for a moment. Then he set it carefully on the windowsill, upright, because putting it on the floor again seemed wrong. Sirius was in the kitchen. Harry could hear him moving around, not speaking, just being in the room. Remus had the baby outside in the garden, the baby's face turned up to the pale winter sky with the unbothered curiosity of someone who does not know yet that this place has weight. McGonagall was in the hallway, looking at the wall where there had been framed photographs, the hooks were still there, empty. Dumbledore had not come inside. Harry went back to the garden. Dumbledore was standing at the gate, outside the wall, looking at the house with an expression that was as stripped of performance as Harry had seen from him. Harry went to stand beside him. "It can be rebuilt," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "It should be." A pause. "Yes," Dumbledore said again. "It should be." Harry looked at the house. He thought about what it would be, in 6 months, in a year, when the work was done, when the upper floor had a roof and the garden was tended and the books were back on shelves. He thought about the baby growing up somewhere that had his parents in the walls of it, in the shape of the rooms. He thought about himself in a small bedroom at the back of the Hogsmeade house with a shelf full of books, which was its own home and one he had not expected. He thought, this is not the end of anything. This is just what it looks like when things are finally going right. He thought about the Hogwarts Express. In 4 years, or 3, or however they worked out the enrollment logistics, he would get on that train for the first time. Not as an orphan going toward the only world that would have him, not as a boy who had survived something and was expected to keep surviving things because that was apparently his function. He would get on it as Harry Potter, or James Potter, or whatever name he decided to carry into that carriage, with Sirius and Remus standing on the platform behind him and a family that had been built from choice rather than obligation, and 4 years of knowing what he was and where he came from and what he was capable of, and the long bright ordinary future opening ahead of him like an unlocked door. The future was not a prophecy. It was not a plan. It was just what came next, and what came next was his. Sirius came out of the house and stood beside Harry at the gate. He looked at the house for a moment. "It's got good bones," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "We could have it sorted by spring. If Dumbledore can get the right people on it." "I can," Dumbledore said. "Then we should," Sirius said. He looked at Harry. "It should be yours. Both of yours." Harry looked at the house for a long moment. At the intact walls and the empty windows and the garden going to seed in the December cold, full of all the ordinary potential of a place that is just waiting to be a home again. "All right," Harry said. He pushed off the gate and walked back through into the garden, into the cold winter morning, into the rest of it. 4 years later, on the 1st of September, Harry Potter stood on platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station with a trunk at his feet and an owl in a cage and Sirius behind him with one hand on his shoulder and Remus beside him looking at the Hogwarts Express with an expression that contained 11 years of his own memories and was sorting through them with a careful affection. The platform was busy, parents and children and owls and cats and toads, the particular cheerful chaos of a crowd that is mostly happy and slightly overwhelmed. The steam from the engine rolled across the platform and caught the morning light, and somewhere in it a boy with green eyes and dark hair was being helped with his trunk by a red-haired family that was itself a small controlled chaos, the 6 Weasley children and their parents and the noise of all of it. Harry watched the boy with green eyes. The boy looked up and found Harry watching and looked at him with the frank curiosity of someone who is used to people looking at him and has not yet worked out what to do with it. Harry was 11. The baby was 11. They were the same age in the way that time travel made people the same age, which was a situation that had required more administrative creativity than anything else in the past 4 years but which had ultimately been resolved by McGonagall, who had the kind of relationship with bureaucratic documentation that could make things be whatever they needed to be. The boy who had been the baby looked at Harry and said, "Are you James?" "Yes," Harry said. "They told me about you," the boy said. "Sirius says you're brilliant but annoying." He said it exactly like that. He said brilliant but insufferable, and Remus told him to be nicer about it. Harry looked at Sirius. Sirius was examining the locomotive with an expression of pure innocence. The boy, Harry, the other Harry, which was a sentence that required some adjustment, extended his hand. He had Lily's eyes. Harry had known he would have Lily's eyes, had always known, and still the actuality of them was something that required a moment. "Harry Potter," the boy said. Harry shook his hand. "I know," he said. "Right," the other Harry said. "That must be odd. You get used to it." The train whistle blew. The platform moved with the collective response of everyone who had been enjoying their last few minutes and was now being reminded that last few minutes had a limit. Sirius was suddenly at Harry's shoulder, and Remus at the other, and there was a moment, the train steaming, the light slanting off the windows, the platform full of the particular living noise of something beginning, where Harry stood between the two of them and felt the weight of the 4 years behind him and the weight of what was ahead, and both weights were the right kind. Sirius grabbed him briefly around the shoulders. Not a long thing, a quick, certain contact, the kind that says "I know and I'm here" and go all at once. "Right," Remus said. "Every week," Harry said. "Tell me what the defense professor is like." "You could just apply for the job," Harry said. Remus looked at him. The employment restrictions had been revised 6 months ago. Amelia Bones had moved slowly and thoroughly, the way she moved on everything, and the result had been a set of provisions that were still imperfect but were significantly less brutal than what they'd replaced. Remus was teaching at a school in Edinburgh. He had a salary and a contract and colleagues who knew what he was and found it, if anything, less interesting than his qualifications. "I have a job," Remus said. "You could have 2, Harry said. "Go get on the train, Harry." Harry went. He walked down the platform with his trunk and his owl and the particular sense of a thing beginning that has been a long time coming, and he found a compartment and stowed his trunk and sat by the window and watched the platform through the glass. Sirius and Remus were standing together, and the boy with green eyes was being embraced by Sirius with the slightly overwhelmed quality of someone who has not yet entirely got used to the amount of space Sirius takes up when he's being affectionate. And in the background the Weasley family was doing their own goodbye with the cheerful chaotic warmth of people who have been doing this enough times that it has become a tradition rather than a separation. The train began to move. Harry watched the platform slide away. He watched Sirius get smaller, and Remus, and the boy with green eyes turning to look at the departing train with an expression that Harry recognized, the look of someone standing at the beginning of something, a little uncertain, mostly ready. The compartment door opened and the other Harry came in and sat across from him and said, "Sirius said we'd probably end up in the same compartment. He bet Remus a galleon." "Who won?" Harry said. "Remus said it was a certainty and refused to take the bet," the other Harry said. He paused. "What house are you going to be in?" Harry thought about it. He had been thinking about it, on and off, for 4 years. He thought about the traits, courage, loyalty, cleverness, ambition, and about which of them was most his, and the answer he kept coming back to was not a clear one because he was several of these things in different proportions at different times, which was probably true of most people and which probably meant the hat would simply put him where he fit, and he thought he probably fit somewhere specific and would know when he heard it. Gryffindor, he said. The other Harry said, same, with the certainty of someone who has already decided. Good, Harry said. The train moved through the outskirts of London and into the countryside, the city giving way to fields and then hills and then the first hint of the north, the autumn day clear and cold outside the windows. The owl dozed in its cage. The compartment was warm. Harry sat back and looked at the countryside going past and thought about all of it, the cupboard and the time-turner and the loose floorboard and the street in the dark and Dumbledore's face and McGonagall's tea and the hearing room and Sirius's grey eyes opening after everything came right and Remus's laugh and the letter in green ink from his mother that he had read many times by now and knew nearly by heart, and then he set all of it aside, because it was the past and the past was finished and the train was moving and where it was going was something new. He looked out the window. The world was very large and very bright. He was 11 years old, and sharp, and certain, and entirely unafraid. He watched it go past.